Welcome to Kings Resort. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. This record-breaking field of 912 players is down to just 9 players. And we have some huge personalities still in. What a day we had yesterday, Henry.
I mean, what a day we had. It feels like a bit of an understatement. It was crazy. It was like they're playing like a home game for 235,000 euros. But look, hopefully the nerves have settled in. Hopefully they come back a little bit calmer today. They've all locked up 19,500 euros plus that 10,000 euro World Series of Poker Europe ticket. But if yesterday's anything to go by, I don't think they've calmed down, man. I think if anything, it's going to be crazier and the action is going to be wilder today.
I think so. I'm thinking of that Stinka Sammy hand. I mean, I have not seen that before. Stinka played it perfectly. He trapped Sammy. Sammy gets it all in bad. Yep. He hits runner for a straight. And then he just shouts at Stinka, "Do not disrespect Ace King." It was quite remarkable. It really was.
It was, and yeah, unfortunately, Stinka obviously final table bubbling. But let's see what Sammy comes back to with today. Like, is he going to put those chips to good use? He's playing for all of this cash here, plus the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. He's going to be back here in a few weeks' time for the main event. So let's see if he's calmed down a little bit or whether he starts going after a bit more. We'll see. Who knows?
It's exciting, and we are going to join the action now. Let's do it.
Let's jump into the roof, man.
All right, welcome to the WSOPC Circuit main event final table. We have Sammy Carley from Germany.
Hello guys, my name is Sami Kali. I'm from Delmenhorst. This in Germany near Bremen. I sent all of lovely message to my community in Delmenhorst, the Aramesh guys and Bremen, all the Bremen community. I love you. I come to here to make fun, and now I'm at the final table.
And seat number 2 from Italy, Simone Lombardo.
Ciao, sono Simone Lombardo, vengo dall'Italia, dalla Sicilia, e sono qui grazie ad un satellite vinto e spero di riuscire a portare a termine questa impresa che ormai continua da 4 giorni. In bocca al lupo a tutti, ma vincerò io.
And seat number 3 from Germany, we have Kais Achekzai.
Hallo liebe Leute, mein Name ist Kais. Ich spiele zum ersten Mal Final Table im WSOP und ich freue mich riesig, bin total motiviert. Ich glaube, ich rock das Ding auch. Weil ich glaube, ich auch einfach ein besserer Spieler bin. Auch. Weil ich, sage ich mal, Mimik von den Leuten sehr gut kenne und mit die ich bis jetzt gespielt habe. Daher glaube ich, dass ich es packe. Und wünsche mir Glück. Ich danke euch.
And seat number 4 from Italy, our chip leader, Andrea Ricci.
Very crazy guys.
And seat number 5 from Israel, Uri Gilboa.
Rocky Balboa. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Uri Gilboa. I am from Israel. I am the winner of the EPT in Sochi, March 2019. Here I am the shortest stack, but it was the same all the last 3 days. Always I was short, so I hope for the best.
In seat number 6 from Germany, Mr. Bond.
Hello everybody, I am Ali Amelipur, known as Mr. Bond, and I am a hobby player. I am not professional player, and I enjoy that. I hope to win this tournament. And good luck everybody.
And seed number 7 from Belarus, Alexander Shilko.
Hi, my name is Alexander Shilko. I'm from Belarus. I slept for 3 hours, but I'm still excited to play on the final table, and I will enjoy every moment. So see you there.
And seed number 8 from Germany, Vincent Denive.
Hello, my name is Vincent Denef. I'm from Germany. Most people know me as Mowgli. I want to say greetings to all these guys, and yeah, I have to ship the tournament now, right? Thanks.
And seed number 9 from the Netherlands, Murad Tanuti.
Save the best for the
All
last.
right, gentlemen. Here's what we're playing for today, guys. Playing for 200.
I'm Murad van Halen, the Netherlands. I'm here to knock people out. Oh, it's not a UFC fight. I'm here to win the tournament. Good luck, boys.
36,000 euros, gentlemen. Here's the real cash right here, guys. Here's the best part. Here's your WSOP circuit ring, guys. So good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
You.
Not yet, we gotta open the bag. We may have done this before with the cheater stuff. So,
You are very welcome. We are finally here.
Yeah, try my best.
The final day, the final table. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. 9 incredible personalities have just taken their seat. And we will be following all the action as this very exciting event unfolds. Henry, one thing that stood out for me with these short interviews before the players took the seat, these seem like a bunch of really nice guys.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Understandable. Everyone is, well, as excited as they are. The thing for me was Shilko saying he's only had 3 hours sleep. I mean, he's playing for 247,000 euros, and he's just, yeah, I had 3 hours sleep. I guess the adrenaline and whatnot kicking in.
He did mention last night he had an appointment in Prague.
Yeah.
Now, it's anyone's guess what that was. How could, I don't know. Surely it's a time for postponing your appointments when you make the final table of a massive tournament, 250,000 almost.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that it might just be like a COVID test or something, and he has a flight booked that he needs to get his. I don't know, man.
I was thinking pretty much the same thing, but let's concentrate on what is unfolding before our eyes. Last night, it just kicked off on the feature table. It was really incredible scenes. We had Richie, the chip leader today, just battling so much with Kaiser. They just went at each other. It was quite remarkable to see the chips move about.
Yeah, it was, I mean, that day 3, and it's not only day 3, but I think more importantly, like the last 2 tables, you and I spoke about it in the pre-show. It was just insane, man. It honestly felt like we were watching a home game between a bunch of guys that were just like pushing each other around, and yeah, pretty insane to think of the money up top when it felt like all theory went out the window and there was some real street poker being played.
Absolutely. It seemed like every player kind of stepped up. Like normally you see these 2-table, that's where all the big money is, the final table, okay?
Yeah.
And you see like many of the players just lock up, right? They just say, right, I'm going to get there at my 30, 35 bigs. I'm going to make that final table and I'm going to come out fighting tomorrow.
Yeah.
But like it just didn't happen like that.
It didn't. It didn't.
It
at all,
was
man.
just absolute crazy scenes. That hand between Stinka, who busted out. We got to mention Stinka. He really put in a thoroughly impressive performance over the 2 days. He flatted with the ace-king. I mean, a bunch of players got involved. One of them was Sammy Carley. And then king high board. Sammy with the king 10. Big slick for Stinka. It just absolutely exploded, Henry.
Did indeed. Runner straight. Finds himself here at the final table.
And I think the quote of the tournament, for me anyway, will be the big man standing up, pointing his finger at Stinka, and he goes, "Do not respect the ace-king." Or do not disrespect.
Do not disrespect. Yeah, that's pretty...
That was absolutely unbelievable.
Pretty out there.
Yeah. Now, I mean, you will be doing an interview, I'm sure, with Sammy at some stage. Whether it's the winners' congratulations interview or his exit interview. I'm going to ask you for a favour, Henry.
Go on.
I'm planning a big job coming up and I need some muscle. Would you ask Sammy, would he be available?
All right. I'll ask him.
Terms are very favourable.
What are the terms?
Well, I mean, I'll have to discuss that directly with Sammy.
Okay.
What a nice guy. Apparently, with his partner, just on the way from the airport, and just stopped by Kings just by chance, randomly. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And decided then, okay, bit of crack, let's fire. Let's fire a bullet.
That's a story right there. I mean, where were they going? They were on the way back from the airport? Or?
They were on the way to Germany, I think, from Prague airport.
Okay. Fair enough. Laying down to a winner. Andy Tillman saying, dealers shuffle up and deal. Good luck, everyone.
Andy looking super slick these days, Henry.
He is indeed. He is indeed.
And of course, I tell you one thing, he has earned his money this week. It's not an easy feat. Overseeing a major event, massive prize money and huge pay jumps. This is the chip leader, Richie. Boy, was he aggressive last night. Gilboa. With the Rocky shirt. And now the fan favourite, Mr. Bond.
Fan favourite, commentator's favourite. Love this guy.
3.4 million stack, ace-9. I mean, on the outside, his appearances, it's so suave. He looks pretty dapper. But I tell you one thing, he was tested on the inside also. And he's passed that test. He really has displayed some high-quality temperament. Alexander Shilko. This is the young superstar. You got to feel, Henry, that, I mean, this guy has an edge. He seems to be technically almost perfect. Pretty much zero mistakes.
Sammy Carley folds out the small. Lombardo in the big. Had 6 of hearts. Facing him in open, but is facing him in open from an opponent that has him covered. Obviously be an absolute disaster to bust out first. Coming into this final table, 4 of 9. Does defend. Gonna see a flop. Hand number 1. This main event final table. 19,500 euros in cash locked up, as well as that 10,000 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. And Lombardo flops best, Finton.
He connects with the 6, does have the backdoor flush as backup. And Shilko with a powerhouse pre-flop. He's completely missed, but he's going to continue here, 250k.
Few options available for Lombardo. Looks like he's taking the lowest variance one of them all. Time to just call. See a turn.
It always gets there, doesn't it? Big Slick always connects in the end, Henry. Never seen it fail to not hit.
King of Spades on the turn. Obviously a great card for Shilko's range and great card for his hand as well. Obviously here we can see it does hand top pair, top kicker, but a card that's going to allow him to continue on with his like ace 10s, ace queens, ace 4, ace 5 of spades, those type of hands that c-bet range on the board.
$650 turn bet. Simone Lombardo. Flop best. Now goes behind. He does have the 2-pair draw, trip draw, but that's pretty decent play from Lombardo. Calls with the best hand when he's ahead and then folds when he goes behind. Good recognition of what's going on from the Italian player.
Shilko comfortably in second now. Say comfortably. Only by a few big blinds, but second it is.
So, who's your money on, Henry, for this gold ring? 250k. Don't, please do not say Alexander Shilko.
It's Shilko.
Okay, I just said don't say that name.
It's Shilko. I'll take. You can take 2 people. I'll take Shilko, and we'll have a bet.
Well, okay. What if you give me 4 people and I'll include Mr. Bond and Sammy in the 4 people?
It sounds like you're trying to say that they weaken up the 4 people lineup.
I'm just going by the interviews. Did you hear what Mr. Bond said?
I mean,
I'm a fun player. I'm here to enjoy myself.
Yeah, he's a humble guy. Yeah, you can have 2 people, mate. If you want to bet 25 euros, a little last longer.
Okay, well, Andrea Ricci for sure is going to be in my top 2.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to pick Kaiser Ahmad, but he's just so unpredictable. For sure, even though he's one of the short stacks, he could win. What's going on here, Henry?
Lombardo has moved in. Blind v blind.
Well, this is a big moment. Kaiser Ahmad with a suited ace. He's very capable of making this call, Henry, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, for chips, it's a call. Thing is there are 2 other short stacks, so I think with ICM it's actually a fold. But close, very close. Is it for 13 bigs, 12 bigs?
Kaiser with a big stack yesterday. He really entertained us. Some explosive hands. So courageous, so capable, this guy. Armadachetsky, but decides to let go the suited ace. And he's looking rather well this morning, Kaiser. I'm loving this shirt, top, glasses, haircut. Looks like he just trimmed the beard also.
He's looking fresh. So who's your second pick, mate?
Okay, so let me see. What about the EPT winner? Gilboa. Very short though. You got to give me 3 players, Henry.
Well, you've got chip leader with 10 mil. So no.
Okay, give me a couple of hands and I just see what the form is like.
That's not how it works, mate. You gotta pick one. I'll tell you what, you can have 3 if you give me 2 to 1. You can have 3 if you give me 2 to 1.
Yeah, the tide has turned. Things have flipped. You're now the hustler. I'm the fish.
You wanted 3 players, so I'm giving you. You get 3 players out of 9 versus my 1.
Morad Tonotti from Holland. Now, this is a guy I would love to see take this down. It would be a dramatic story. Sammy Carley, the recreational player, the big man. Cut off. I love to see this from Sammy. Limping quite a lot on our feature table in last night's stream. That was exploited a few times by the Ukrainian and by Kaiser, of course, who was acting after him. This guy, Richie, full of quality, full of tricks also. He really is a smart player. Big blind deuces. He's going to put in the 165, surely. Peel a flop. See what happens. Sammy Carley with the advantage of position. The 9-10 suited, it's pretty much an exact flip, but not anymore.
Oh, wow. Oh, behave.
How sick is this flop?
Wow, checks through.
Both slow play each other. But now, I think Richie, well, he could believe that queen is good for Sammy and check raise, but comes out with 500,000. 500k into a 900k pot. Sammy looks like he's distressed and confused and doesn't know what's going on, but he's convinced he's miles ahead here.
All in. What? Just jams all in. All in and a call. The short stacks are just going to be...
Oh, my word.
Wow.
Oh, this is disaster for Sammy Carley.
Full.
Absolute disaster. A setup, Henry.
And Andrea's going to be up to like 17, 18 mil.
Incredible situation. Sammy Carley, flop trips, convinced he's ahead. Check flop. And then rejammed when Richie led out. Richie with the full boat.
Wow.
But he has a bit of dodging to do here. 10, queen, 9. Yes. That is disaster. Absolute disaster.
Well,
for Sammy Carley.
Big old sigh from Sammy. It's a tough pill to swallow, that one. He's pretty shocked. I mean, this really opens up the floodgates because we now have an overwhelming chip leader. We have 3 stacks, Vinton, on what, around about 10 bigs, 12 bigs. So now Lombardo, Shilko, and Vincent kind of all have to play really snug.
Well, they just have to bow the head and tip the cap to this man and say, look, You just bang away, do what you got to do to get rid of these shorties, and then we'll battle later on.
What it's insane jam.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
I mean, it went check on the flop, and I was like, I wonder if this can get him by the river, especially on the Queen of Spades turn, 2-turn turn card. Ton of draws out there. I was like, okay, maybe this goes bet, raise, call, see a river, and then, like, you know, a flush completes and kills the Italian's action. But no.
Everybody fold, 100%.
Sammy Carley was second in chips at the start to play. First to bust out. Look at Gilboa.
ICM boys and girls.
Going up the ladder. Ahmed Czechsky feels rather good about folding that suited ace, I reckon. He's just earned himself money by just folding.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true.
Morad Tanotti, 13 bigs, and then a bit of a gap then up to Mr. Bond, just above the 20 big blind. Lombardo, Italian number 2, and sitting on 37 big, 6.1 million. Vincent De Neve on 40 bigs. And your man, Shilko, 7.5 million, second place to the massive stack. Andrea Ritchie. I mean, what a situation, what an opportunity, sitting on 105 big blinds, 8-handed, final table, World Series of Poker circuit, $250,000 up top in that gold ring. You kind of get the feeling it's Andrea Ritchie's to lose, Henry. It certainly favour him for a podium finish for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday he had a couple of levelling wars going on with Kaiser, and also, actually, no, I don't think he was that involved with Carly, but I know Kaiser and him were going back and forth a bit. Came in today, chip leader, and now eliminates second in chips. What a spot.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to say it's a gift, really.
Yeah, it really is.
And these gifts don't happen too often, so it's a matter of Richie now just taking full advantage of that donation from Sammy Carley, because that's what it was. 6 million just gifted to him.
Well, I mean, he had trips.
I know, listen.
Like, I wouldn't say it was like, it wasn't like he had ace 10 of spades and he just like jams turn.
I totally get you. You know what? You're completely right. And when I say, I mean, it was just in the manner, he got it very quickly. I did expect a lot of money to go in over multiple streets.
Yeah.
But then all the money to go in on one street, that's kind of what I'm alluding to.
Yeah,
I mean, I do not blame Sammy at all for putting his money in. Henry, I put my money in there. 1 million times. Out of a million hands like that, a million times out of a million, I will put all my money in there.
I'd probably bet
Fact.
fold river.
Well, there you go. And there, Henry, is the difference between me and you.
I bet fold river.
I put my money in, and you know what? It's okay. That is life. That's what happens. I get up with a walk to the rail and say, there you are, lads. Let's go.
Right. Well, you're no longer being given that bet. You missed out, mate.
Bet is booked, my friend.
No,
Bet is booked.
It's not. You didn't pick anyone other than Andrea. I mean, you can still have Andrea and I'll have Shilko, but I'm not giving you two people now. Well, what a start to this final table. See how Richie plays the role of chip leader.
Couldn't really have expected a better start, Richie. Is the Israeli Uri Gilboa. wearing the Rocky Balboa t-shirt. EPT Sochi winner. Ton of experience. But he's shackled 1.1 million behind. Blinds are
No any card.
80,000, 160, Henry?
Not any.
Yes, sir.
Not too
So
much.
just
but,
6.5 bigs.
Good. Split. Really split. 8-10. Eh? No, 8-10. No, 8-10. Sono la stessa mano.
Jack of Spades saying greetings to Mr. Bond from Dortmund, local hero. Well, I don't think he's a local hero anymore, mate. It's an international hero.
Absolutely. The suave, slick
Different
Mr.
suit.
Bond.
Different suit every day, by the way. Different suit, different shirt, different tie. Love it. What a hero.
Alexander Shilko with the nines under the gun, 7.5 million behind. Murad Tonotti from Holland, one of the shorties foals. This is Simone Lombardo with the 6-5, and now this is Kaiser Czechsky. I mean, give this guy a stack, Kaiser, and he will try and hammer crush the table. He will certainly go for it. This is Gilboa folding the Jack-8. Mr. Bond in the big blind, 3.1 million. Just shy of 20 big blinds.
Can't defend this one. Shilko up to 8 million. Pulling away from the rest of the pack. See the payouts in the chat. Everyone now guaranteed 24,500 euros for their efforts so far, as well as that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. What a start to this final table drama. First and second in chips going at it. All of you ICM doesn't exist conspiracy theorists out there. How'd you like them apples? €1,700 buy-in. I don't think we want to induce here. We could like potentially limp jam. Yeah, I think I prefer this. Prefer this just because we have two really short stacks. Well, three actually. It'd be an absolute disaster to go home in 8th when we're sat in 5th.
Look at that stack for Andre Ritchie, directly opposite the dealer, and then he's the very short stack to his left. That's Mr. Bond sitting on about 3.3 million, I believe. This is one of the short stacks, Murad Tonotti. Queen 3 has to be folded. And now Simone Lombardo with Ace 3, 6.1 million. Not interested in getting involved. Armad Czechsky, aka the Kaiser. This guy is a handful, believe me. 1.8 million though, not much really he can do, and he does have that awkward seat, the big chip leader, Andrea Ricci, who you see now, look down at A7. These boys, I just don't get that. A7, he's got to be opening there in the hijack for sure.
Like, Shilko has to literally fold almost the entire range once, the short stacks get out of the way. Well, although I guess he is opening into, what is it, second and third in chips in the blinds. But still.
Mr. Bond up to 3.8 million. Again, shoving with the pocket eights, this time on the button. Both blinds fold. That's Vincent Denev on the right-hand side of your screen. Very understated, Vincent. Just quietly going about his business. Did have him on our feature table briefly yesterday, and of course he came across as thoroughly competent. That's one of the short stacks. There's another, Morad Donati. And that's the Ukrainian wonder kid. First to speak, Simone Lombardo. I've been calling him Italian number 2, but believe me, this guy is very capable. If he gets chips, he's well able to get to the top.
Che 3 carte, ne ha di più? C'ha 3 dame.
Shorty.
3, 10
Holds a king 2. And now Ali in the cutoff. King 9. I mean, as each day has progressed, we've featured him on all 3 days, Henry. And every day, he seemed to just mature as the tournament progressed. But this guy, young in years, but you just know he's a wealth of experience. Multiple hundreds of thousands of hands under his belt. Opens Vincent, putting out chips to 3-bet, but then decides against it. Murad Tonati. Suited ace, this could be an opportunity. I mean, Shilko has to fold a bunch of strong hands here. If Tonati did find the 3-bet jam. There's the 3-bet. No, it's not. Black call.
You have 1.8, right?
Not really liking this,
Thank you.
Henry. Leaves himself with just above 10 bigs behind. Well, it's a pretty decent flop for Tonati. Makes top pair. Shilko has made a pair.
He might get a full double here. Shilko assumes that Morad's going to be jamming most of his ace-x out of the big. And we have the nut 10. He's going to check jam, some 10x as well as some spade draws. It's really small.
Excellent sizing. 160 will glean the information he needs. It gives him plenty of scope to fold should Morad Tonati come over the top, but check call from Tonati. Tonati's kicker problems have just evaporated. Top and bottom pair. Shilko drawing to trips. Trips only.
squeeze out value from weaker 10x and 5x as well as spade draws. Don't blame him.
Donati pulls the trigger as expected. Check raise all in on the turn. Now problems for Shilko.
Weird spot. Getting 3-1 on a call. Need to be good 25% of the time. He's going to level himself into thinking that
It's
maybe
like
these
1.5,
small
right?
sizings have induced the jam of sorts. He said, easy to level yourself again, thinking that Murad's piling all of his ace-x pre. Maybe bar aces. That's a trap.
Very respectable fold from
think he's-
Shilko.
One card or one card?
But he can't show because now I had nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he basically just traded with the boys. He's like, if I show now, I get one off you later and one off you.
Nice hand.
It's a fair trade.
I had a 10. Is it counted as I show you hand? No? Alright, I'm joking.
These guys. Trying to squeeze out any edge.
Yeah, for you it's easier.
That's true. For the moment. Some double ups.
Murad up to 3 million. This is Armad Kais Czechsky, aka the Kaiser. Well, he's not going to be doing that in a 10-5. He doesn't know the actions on him, Henry. Now, Andrea Ricci. Fabulous situation for him with this chip stack advantage. Given the situation with Gilboa just on a couple of blinds. Richie needs to step up, take control. It's just begging for him to do that. Mr. Bond in the hijack with ace-8. $3.1 million. Just shy of 20 bigs for Murad Tanati. Small blind with ace-6 suited. Two players with far shorter stacks than Murad. That's going through his mind.
Hale Benjamin saying, Henry, I will buy 50% from the bet with Finton at 1.1 markup. Go on then, Finton. What do you want? Come on. Stop trying to angle me. Just tell me what you want, and I'll tell you whether we're yay or nay.
Okay, I'm going to go with Vincent and Andrea Ricci.
What do you mean? Why are you getting 2 people?
Well, you offered me 3, so I'm just thinking I'm being nice to you.
All right, so 2 to 1, yeah? My 50 euros versus your 100, and you get them 2.
I'm not sure why I'm giving you a price.
What do you mean? So you got two people.
Well, was you that came out with the...
You've got 17.5 million. No, sorry. Let me rephrase it. You got 23.5 million chips versus my 6.5 million chips. You've got 2 opponents and you want evens. Have a word.
Anything can happen. A lot of levels to be played.
It's not what we're asking. We know anything can happen. Kid's got 40 big blinds. After this level, he's going to have 30.
Well, you see, that's just the point. He knows exactly how to adjust his game accordingly.
Okay, there's only so much you can adjust. Given the stack depth. Were
you not listening to Martin Cabril's interview yesterday?
Look, I'm not giving you a price, all right? You've got 23, you've got over half the chips in play versus 1 player.
Simone Lombardo. I thought he would take a free card with the nut flush draw, straight draw. Oh, sick. Gets there. Makes a straight. 1.9 million in the pot. Morad Tonati. Has gone behind. How big? 775,000? How's that?
The big one.
Oh, it's about 30%.
Big one given Morad's stack.
It's for 1/3 of his remaining stack. Tonati. Flopped. Top pair. I think his problem started with the limp pre-flop. Min raise may have cleared Lombardo out. Even if he does call, he's not going to continue on the flop. If Tonati went pre-flop and then fired somewhat big on the flop, so I think that's the start of Morad Tonati's problems. This is a massive moment. Tonati, just after winning a big pot against the Ukrainian Alexander Shilko, and now blind versus blind. He's going to be giving most of them chips to Lombardo, and if he calls here, well, he's going to be left with just 1.5 million. Big moment for the Dutchman, Tonati. He's got to factor in the other players on the table, these massive pay jumps. Gilboa sitting on just about 6 bigs. Ahmed Archeski also short. Well, he's made the call. Huge pot for Lombardo. Brings him up to 7.7 million, second in chips. So it's Italy number 1 and 2 here on our feature table. The Dutchman is down to 1.5 million. Big blind's 160k. So under the 10 big blind mark. This is a great setup for Richie, the chip leader. You can see there he's sitting on 17 million. You would expect him to apply a ton of pressure to these other stacks, his fellow countryman of course, and Shilko, Mr. Bond, Vincent. Under the gun here, 9-8. I'm opening here. I'm opening pretty much any 2. Richie wants to just be a little bit more selective, sit back, see what unfolds, but Israeli moves all in. Suited ace under the gun. He's going to be posting big blind next hand, big blind ante. So deciding to get his money in decision for Shilko. I think he lets it go given there's so many players to act after him. He could isolate, make it 2 million. I think it's too high risk. Lets it go. Vincent folds. Now Morad Tanotti, just after taking that big hit, King 10 suited. He asks, how much is that exactly?
So well done.
Gilboa shoves, gets it through, looks over the ace, scoops the pot, brings him up to 1.4 million. So we have Gilboa, Archeski, and Murad Tanotti all sitting on pretty much the same stack size. All under that 10 big blind mark, sitting on around 9 bigs. Then we have Mr. Bond, Shilko, Simone Lombardo is in second place, and then chip leader Andrea Ricci. All guaranteed. Approximately 35,000. Players have multiplied their original stake by 20 times. Alexander Shilko, 6.6 million stack. Makes it 325. Murad Tanotti in the cutoff with King Queen. King Queen is folded, and now action with Richie in the big blind, 8-6. I mean, he could just do whatever he wants here. Shilko kind of asking for trouble, raising into the chip leader's big blind. Richie putting in the additional 165 to see a flop. Ace 4-4, well, Richie's completely missed. Shilko. Good. With king high here. Shilko picks up a diamond draw. Richie with a good shot. King high is good here a ton of times. May even see Shilko check back.
I don't think so. You think so? King high good? No, I don't. Two diamonds on the board. King high is good.
You had king high? No, you'll never.
No, but king high win.
Yeah, king high win.
Because you will not slow play when the diamonds come. I think also.
So, chip leader posting small blind, short stack posting big blind ante. Blinds 80, 160. Average stack 5.7 million. Which is around 35 big blinds. Simone Lombardo in the cutoff with a suited ace.
Ace.
Lombardo announces raise. Action now with Ahmed Kaiser Czechsky on the button with 5-3. What's he thinking? Well, the chippy will look down at kings in this small blind position.
1 million?
Three bet sizes up to 1 million, which is a 3x.
One time I show.
Lombardo open folds and Richie goes, I'll show as well. Kings take it down, brings them up to about 17.5 million.
Era meglio ti facevo limpare. Era meglio quando non ce l'avevi ti facevo limpare il BB.
Oops, sorry. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. Nah? I want to use golden. Yeah, you can do your thing. If we can, one time for me it's okay.
Thanks for that, Bobic. Give us 2 minutes and we'll sort that out. Lombardo folds.
Fold.
Viewers just tuning in. You're watching the final table of a 4-day event. In fact, this event has been going on since last Friday. We had day 1A, Saturday 1B, then Sunday, day 2 yesterday, day 3, and this is the final table. Final 8 players. We had Sammy Carley bust out in fairly dramatic fashion. One of the big stacks on the table, and he clashed with the chip leader. One of the first hands of the live stream. So 8 remain. All these players guaranteed 35,000. There's close to $250,000 for first place. Blinds 80,160, about 35 big blinds is the average stack. This is Lombardo, who's been pretty active. In fact, he's been more active than his fellow countryman Richie, who you would have thought would be the player to take control.
What did I miss, Vincent? What's going on?
Sammy came back to the table. He wasn't happy. And he said to Richie, I don't like the way you played your twos. That was very sneaky. Richie says, I'm very sorry. This is poker, my friend.
Did he actually? You put him on leg, mate. Stop it. Behave.
Shilko, big blind, king 10. What's in a call?
3-3, yeah? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty tentative. I mean, for me, it's these two guys who are showing the most ambition. Lombardo and Shilko. Both showing more of a willingness to come out and play. We've seen Shilko open early position with King Jack into the chip leader's big blind, which is always an indication he's up for a fight. And Lombardo has been involved in quite a lot, opening with the King 9 suited. +2. Takes down the pot, brings his stack up close to 8 million. 8 players still remain. It is tense. Of course, these jumps, Henry, are hugely significant for every place.
Yeah, they are indeed, especially given the short stacks in the mix and everyone already, well, as you mentioned earlier, almost gifted pay jump with the cold deck. 9-9 deuce flop trips against the full house.
So action with one of the short stacks. One of 3 players playing under 10 big blinds. It's Tonotti. Quickly folds. Lombardo has been very active, but he's not going to get involved at 5-4. Chetsky folds, and now the chip leader. I'd be opening pretty much every hand, Henry, and that 8-6 would certainly qualify for me.
Uri! In it goes. Queen Jack of Hearts. Been nursing this short stack for quite some time. How many bigs is this?
6.5.
Yeah. Right, Fiddle, come on, we need to get a bet booked in, mate.
I mean, we haven't seen much of Vincent, but I kind of like his demeanour. I like his style. He made a pretty good call, if you remember, small blind versus big blind when Datu, the Italian superstar, moved all in. I mean, it was only 4 bigs or whatever. But he looked down at Queen 7, did the mathematics, made the call, busted out Datu.
Yeah?
Many players just kind of like, they look at Queen 7, they go, good luck. You know what I mean? Not why get involved, but made the correct decision. Or so it did help that he was ahead.
So
I like Vincent, definitely. Do you know what? As I mentioned earlier on, the interviews, I was just blown away at the personalities and really how
all right, mate.
nice everyone came across.
Keep dodging the bet. That's fine. It's all right, mate.
I mean, for me, it's
I don't want to bet anymore.
Shilko was.
I don't want to bet anymore.
Now, I mean, how cool would it be if this guy got chips, a jet ski?
No.
The Kaiser absolutely was hammering the feature table last night. Of course,
One
clashed big time at Richie. An interesting situation, but I mean, this is the first hand that Hamid has played. Bilboa. It's got to stack up to 1.4. I would be letting this go, I think. Both sitting on 1.4 million. Yuri Bilboa, EPT champion. Goes fold, Mr. Bond. Let's go the Jack 10, and now action with Shilko. Snap folds the Ace-6 and Vincent folds his small blind. Pinati also folds, and Ahmed breaks the ice by winning his first pot. Takes down the blinds and ante.
It wouldn't surprise me if we lose a couple of players in the next couple of orbits. Some serious short stacks out there.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what's left in this blind level, Henry. Did we begin at 80, 160?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long. It should literally be 5 minutes or so, I think.
Full?
And then we move to 100k, 200k, right?
That would make sense, yeah. Ace Jack for Shilko in the cutoff.
Pinati. Small blind, suited ace. I think he missed his opportunity earlier when Shilko opened with King Jack. Pinati looks down at King Queen and just couldn't find it in him to shove. Let's go the Ace 3. avoids disaster. Lombardo not interested in defending with 10-7. I get that. He doesn't really want to go to war, does he? Given 3 players are on fumes, really. And as you say, Henry, expect bust outs incoming. They have to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, real danger zone for 3 of the players. Sub 10. Can understand why they're not necessarily taking the spots when there's 3 of them on sub 10. I mean, the difference between 7th and 6th, sorry, 7th and 8th, 10,000 euros. Then the 13,000 euros. So if you just outlast the other 2 shorties, you earn yourself 24k more. So I get it. 6 is for Mr. Bond.
Sorry about that interference.
Dangerous. It's the one getting involved when he's comfortably above the short stacks.
Ahmed Chetsky. Let's it go. It certainly is a different Kaiser today, Henry, compared to what we seen last night. Of course, that's totally understandable given the chip stack he came back today with.
Yeah, he had his fun yesterday. Just some real street poker being played, and today his stack
in fact,
too shallow.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a different Andrea Ricci also. He seems to be just happy to just sit back and wait for a few players to get bust out and then go to war then.
Like, he's still going to be able to apply a ton of pressure and play the role as table captain, you know, when there's 5 left, because these short stacks between them literally only have like 25 big blinds in play. So
sure. So even if they all go to the one player, he's still going to be
chippy. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't start leaking.
Troncho say it's such a boring game, and go and watch poker elsewhere.
I mean, how can you call this boring? This is absolutely super stuff. They're all guaranteed massive money. 35,000 they've locked up, right? And then it goes up to 45k. Every step increase hugely significant and up to the top place $250,000. I think it's fascinating, I really do. And these players, their personalities are coming through in their play. Lombardo on the button here with the jacks, and well, Archixi has moved in with the 7s. I don't blame him versus a button raise from the most aggressive and active player, Lombardo, but it's a brutal situation, Henry. 7s into jacks.
Yeah, pretty brutal, as you mentioned, especially against one of the most active players at the table.
You got to,
pocket pair.
You got to take that spot, don't you, with the 7s?
Yeah.
And Lombardo, we remarked earlier, with a label as Italian number 2, but I tell you one thing, this guy has got the ambition to go to number 1, and this will help if these jacks hold against the 7s. Right of your screen is the Kaiser. Hamid Kais Ajetsky, and he just looks at the board, not happy. He's 1 out. Doesn't happen for him on the turn. 40 to 1 shot
Vamos.
on the river. Italian holds. Kaiser is Busto. I mean, that's just bitterly disappointing for this stream to lose this guy.
Sorry.
He was on absolute fire last night.
I think you're just saying, oh, he was going to shove ace-8 from under the gun or something, or ace-9. He is Israel, Uri.
Well, that would have saved Kaiser.
Più di 10. Ero già a 9. C'ho qualcosa poi, no, a 11 forse non ci arrivo.
Now, can you translate, Henry? Given that you speak Italian.
I basically said I was never folding jacks there. You could have got a plier and you'd have to pull my fingers off to get those cards out of my hands.
Okay.
And Andrea said, I agree, mate. Vamos, Italy. Italy 1 and 2.
Tonotti down to 5.5 big blinds. New level, 100k, 200k. We lost Sammy Carley in 9th. The Kaiser has just been busted out. And then there were 7, of course. All of these players now have gone up the money ladder, all guaranteed 45,000 plus jumps, really starting to get so big. $250,000 up top. All these players, of course, will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, that festival scheduled and confirmed for November 19th right through to December 8th in what will be the tournament of the year, without doubt. That 10k main event already. Huge number of live qualifiers, and that's what really makes these major events attractive, is when they're filled with satellite winners from smaller buy-in events. Of course, that then it tracks all the big players because they perceive it as extra value, soft fields type of thing. So, I mean, it's a real snowball effect. So, if you are interested, you need to get on the phone, get on the King's website, book your room. Trust me.
Oh yeah, you need to book your room like yesterday. It's not even close. Going to be one of the biggest events the past couple of years. Dicey, 35, queen 10 under the gun. Probably lean towards folding. Yeah, good man. Good man. So what's the crack, Finnan? I got 2-1, yeah, on Chilko. Folding queen 10 of spades from under the gun. I know.
Something.
I know you'd never.
3 million and 8.
I mean,
never advised that.
Yeah. I mean, I picked Richie out because I've been watching him yesterday. He's got a lot of talent, a lot of character. He's fearless. He's not afraid. But I mean, with the chips, he just hasn't gone up that extra. He hasn't gone into top gear.
15?
Which has surprised me.
Okay.
And that's why I'm kind of leaning towards Italian number 2, Lombardo.
400.
So if you want to take a bet, if you give me even money for Vincent and Lombardo versus your young wonder kid, I'd be willing to take that bet.
Okay. Come on. I had a good hand. Show you.
You want Vincent and Lombardo. You don't want Rich anymore.
I have 2 live cards.
Well, I'm just trying to make it a fair bet.
Very good.
Let's
And
leave
you
the
want
chip.
evens. I'll give you 1.5 to 1. I'll lower it from 2 to 1.
Sorry. 2-3? No, 2-4.
You see, this is the problem.
2-4.
You give an inch and you want to take a mile. You know, I'm trying to be fair, reasonable.
You do know there's 3,500 people listening to you trying to angle me right now on a bet.
Okay, right. Well, I mean, the facts are that this young Ukrainian is an absolute superstar of the online world, correct? Shilko. Not only that, he's also
of the online world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Henry.
On what sites?
Yeah, come on, Henry.
No, come on.
Come
No,
on now.
come on.
Come on now, Henry. And he's also a proven live tournament reg. He's actually done it. He's been here. So, on
Alright,
paper...
mate, booked, whatever, done. 50 euros, evens, you can have them too.
Okay. Let's do this. Now.
And Shilko isn't Ukrainian. Harmonica is Belarusian.
Oh, excuse me.
Just,
Apologies, Shilko. Why I keep calling him Ukrainian, I don't know. Belarus. Apologies to all our listeners from that beautiful country. And we mentioned how they've exploded on the scene, on the live poker scene and the online scene in the last few years. A lot of talent, for sure, coming from Belarus. Mr. Bond, hello, ladies. Lombardo, ace-8 suited. Andrea Ricci with the king-queen suited. Now Mr. Bond with the real hand. 1.4 million already in the pot. 2.5 times the pot in a stack. And he just lets rip. Three bet to 1.2.
Yeah. May see a flat call here. Get a really good price. I mean, 3-1. Going to play the rest of the hand in position, but obviously SPR would be extremely low. Yeah. It's a pretty small 3-bet, right? Like, because there was an open, a flat, like, you're in the small blind, I'd just be
I thought he was going to
jamming.
rip. I actually did think he put it all in.
I'll just jam. I don't think I want to induce with queens here, given ICM, given the
For sure.
shorter stacks.
Yeah. Given the fact Richie is sitting on such a monster stack, of course he's going to be calling this sizing with the king-queen suited.
GG's.
Oh, boy.
GG's.
Well, what can you say, Henry?
Yeah.
3-bet sizing, that's the problem.
It's sick, because you block king-queen of hearts. So, like, 2 combos of king-queen, king-jack, king-10 should never really be in there. Neither should ace-king. I'm going to see a turn card. Mr. Bond has, like, 2 million behind. And 1 out, unless he turns the club.
All in.
Snapperoonie.
Tagliassi il pago. Aces? How much?
Yeah, Richie's always calling, but it does scream
posso
like he has a
fondare.
monster hand, but there's nothing he can do.
Posso
Calling the
fondare.
3-bet, you hit top pair.
Tagliassi.
You're always going to put your money in.
You win.
You have a king, you do. Okay, king, queen. Worst situation possible.
Wow.
Richie
Al mono out. A una
blocking
alta.
Mr. Bond's
out.
outs.
Sì.
1 out for Mr. Bond. Not the way we wanted it to go down for him, but it's the harsh reality. Could argue misplayed his hand pre-flop. I understand the idea behind it, not wanting to scare away a customer and whatnot, but with ICM, this is what can happen. And Andrea going to be up to 22 million. He's going to have almost half the chips in play if he can fade the one outer. GG's to that gentleman. What a pleasure.
Good game.
Look at that.
Straight
Class
over
act.
to his opponent, shakes his hand.
Class act.
You go to the bar for martini.
Absolute gentleman.
You are happy?
GG's, Mr. Bond.
It's good for you, no? $15,000. You start with the short stack, the short
Well,
stack.
this is ideal for Rocky Balboa.
Se Zagliassi glieli pago qui, se mi gira Zagliassi, Se mi gira Zagliassi glieli pago qui. Vabbè, ma che devo fare? Non so ancora, ha giocato una mano imbarazzante.
He's earned himself a ton of money by just hanging in there.
Devo mettere 800 nel piatto, c'è già 1 milione quando foldo quella mano lì. Mai.
60k now is the minimum guaranteed to all these players.
Bella. Che la foldo spesso.
And change.
Lovely stuff. GG's, Mr. Bond. 35k in the back pocket. No, I apologize. Came 6th, right?
Break, no break.
Oh no, 7th.
7th, yeah,
7th.
6 left.
Wow. Yeah. Pretty big ICM blunder. But, boys and girls, see a lot of people in the chat saying this, that, and the other. Self-proclaimed hobbyist, loves the game, doesn't claim to be a pro or anything like that. Very humble in his poker skills. Just loves the competition and loves playing. An amazing run, absolute gentleman. GG's. Oh, we could just have back-to-back bust-outs here. I mean, 5 bigs going in the middle.
Well, I mean, I like this. He's just, I mean, you just can't have a situation where you're getting blinded out. And no matter what you put in, the player, the decision is just forced to call off with any two. As it turns out, Balboa has a genuine decision here with the King-Jack. He's sitting on 7 bigs. This is interesting. 5.5 big blind shove. The short stack, and now the second shortest in chips with the King-Jack. He folds. Vincent in the big blind lets it go. Morad up to 8 big blinds with that shove with the pocket 2s. 6 remain. This is the WSOP circuit main event. Final day, final table. In fact, we are down to just 6 players. All these 6 players guaranteed approximately 60,000. That includes, of course, the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. All these players will be returning to King's Resort for that fantastic event, billed as the best in years.
It's payday. What's up, you legends? Hopefully catch you guys at one of these series soon. Cheers, man. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in.
That's my international rapper friend, I'd imagine.
Is indeed.
Great to see talented poker players do it in other industries.
This might... No. It's gonna be like... Yeah, forget what I was gonna say, chat. We're just opening. Does size up though. Just like sizing up means that, oh wow.
We haven't seen Vincent play a hand.
Shilko's open to 460 chat, not 4.6 mil.
Free bet incoming from Vincent Deneuve. I love this messing around with chips before the bet is fired in over the line.
The big blind wakes up with.
Shorty in the big blind. Back down to 5.5 bigs. 6 big blinds, I think, for the Dutchman who folded in the big blind. Snap fold from Shilko, and that's one of the attributes of Shilko.
Good
Is
hands.
clear decision making. He doesn't, you know,
That is
posture,
obviously that they're ever good
outthink himself. He just makes a decision
Yeah.
quite clearly because he just knows the right thing to do.
Yeah, he just plays theory. He doesn't let his emotions or, you know, am I getting leveled? I think that's a great point they make. He's just very confident in the theory that he's studied, and he doesn't question it because he knows that it's proven to win over a large sample. It's really easy in some of these spots, like he had the King 10 hand earlier on. He's had a couple of like cold 4-bet opportunities. It's been 3-bet a couple of times, and he's just like, it's like, okay. Just aware that, you know, these guys are just rarely bluffing in this situation, especially the small blind there when you have 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. Not going to be going after him lightly.
That makes sense, Henry. Blinds 100k, 200k, so average stack still around 37 bigs. This gentleman is sitting on just 1.1 million, 5.5 big blinds. And, well, I think an opportunity missed there. I think I'm probably shoving in that position. Just hold my breath. Hope to hear the word fold.
Now it's 49,000.
6 remain. All 6 guaranteed. Close on 60k. Of course, the top prize, €247,000, including that WSOP main event seat. Now, 7 big blinds under the gun. Jack 8 suited. Gilboa.
I think. Like not now.
To Nutty. Well, I mean, when folded around to him in the small blind, he really should have been shoving Henry. Now he's going to be in this situation in a couple of hands' time. He's going to be posting blind. Huge percentage of his hand, of his stack, should I say, going over the line without him even looking at his cards.
Blinds going up.
It's too much for me. So you have to give me a nice count.
I love this guy. It's just, you know, it's too much for me, mate.
Yeah, vabbè.
Two of the 6 remaining players from Italy. This young man from Belarus snap folding the A7 under the gun, and Vincent from Germany folding. This is the Dutchman, Murad Tanati, in the cutoff. It's not happening for Tanati, but it really needs to rather fast. Small blind 10-2 versus the big blind. Oh, I mean, why does he just not apply pressure? Well, I guess this is the reason. He can just fold when Gilboa shoves.
C'ho una mano carina da Є200, che devo fare? Non le show.
That will help. 8 bigs.
No, you don't fold, eh? You fai show? No, eh?
Che chip will start of the dice.
Oh, man.
First big hand, yeah?
Thank you.
The best hand you had for now? This? Yes?
Short stack, small blind, ace 8. Got to put this in. 1.5 million. Raise announced. All in triangle. Put in front of him, and Shilko with a decision. Ace 6, Henry. This is close. 7 big blinds to call. Ace 6. Ahead here. Quite a lot. I mean, he's got to be expecting Gilboa to be shoving here.
Yeah.
Very light.
Yeah, this is just going in.
1,555,000.
There's the call. What a great situation for Gilboa developing here.
1.5,
Obviously,
35, right?
a lot of times this pot is chopped.
I didn't like it.
But 2-1 favorite with the ace 8
Now like
versus
a
the
little bit more, right?
ace 6 for the player from Belarus, Alexander Shilko.
A couple of people in the chat asking for a chop.
The Israeli EPT winner gets his money in good. Shilko, well, I mean, I just love his demeanour. He knows he's made the right decision, and you know what? It is what it is. You can always get lucky.
I don't mind to chop.
Well, loads of opportunities.
I don't mind a chop, he says. Card higher than an 8 would be very interesting.
6 ball for the win.
Wow. How about a 6?
Gilboa takes a beat, and it's brutal. Pivotal time in the tournament.
Unlucky me.
Gets it in good. Ace 8 small blind. Ace 6 in the big blind. Calls, and Shilko just says unlucky to Yuri Gilboa, who's busted out in 6. We're having a ton of knockouts, Henry. Way quicker than you would expect.
Some GGs in the chat.
Now it's counted, I showed my hand or not? When I give you a pay jump.
So, everyone now guaranteed 63,000 in cash. Let's have a chat with Uri. I'm joined by Israel's very own Rocky Balboa, Uri Balboa, who came 6th in this World Series of Poker Circuit main event. Unfortunately, couldn't go all the way, but we're going to have a quick word about Uri's run up until today's final table. Uri, firstly, consolation prizes for coming in 6th, but also congratulations for making it to the final table. How did you find the overall experience of this event?
Very nice event, and I hope that in the future I will be participating more in this event, and for sure in the main event of WSOP. And the organization here in the casino is amazing. All together is a very, very good experience. And I'm very glad on my achievement, because I was short all the days and never give up. And I'm glad. Even the last hand, it was very irritating, because I was S8 and against S6, and in the river come the 6. So this is the part of the poker. But anyway, I'm glad in 50,000 euro and in the ticket of the WSOP.
Fantastic stuff and fantastic performance. You mentioned a couple of things there. The World Series of Poker Europe ticket, so you're going to be coming back here to take part in that. And also the whole never giving up spirit. You know, you were short stacked, you managed to get to 6th place, so congratulations on that. I understand you're going to be going on vacation now, so hopefully the 50,000 euros that you won, a bit of spending money for you, and enjoy your vacation.
I will not spend the money on the vacation. I'm part of this maybe, but I'm going to Thailand to make a rest, and after to Sochi to the EPT.
Fantastic stuff. Well, congratulations once again, man. Thank you for joining me, man, and see you guys back at the studio. Cracking chap. He's like, oh, I'm going to Thailand. I was like, I live in Thailand. I was like, where are you going? He's going to Phuket. I was like, whereabouts? He's literally going to a place that is like 20 minutes up the road from where I live.
That's amazing. Small world.
All in and a call. I mean, this is crazy. We're level 2 chat, and we could be down to 4 players. Vincent jamming the 9 tray for 7.
Oh, this would be horrible. Naughty. at risk, but of course he's in the lead with the ace-8 suited. Vincent 9-3 off.
Well,
that pretty much ends it.
We'll take a sweat. We'll take like 5 of clubs is fair.
Pair the board with threes. Okay. Okay.
Donati gets his double. Back up to 3 million. It's Lombardo, the Italian, just making his way back. Donati taking a seat. 5 players remain. Out in 6 was the Israeli Bilboa.
1.5, I think.
50k cash plus that 10k World Series main event Europe seat. Vincent takes a little bit of a hit.
Don't say like this. Don't say like this.
I'm surprised at how chatty these guys are.
No, Alex, yeah, you are happy now? Hey, about what? Eh? About what? You are for this, yeah?
Feeling comfortable.
See, you are. You can.
Good seat for Shilko, that's for sure. On the left of the 2 people that cover him. Alright, just doubled up. In bigs. In the muck it should go.
All in.
Wow.
Well, he's here to win.
As you said, aggressive.
I get it. I mean, Chilko has been really active. And now that Murad's up to 3 million, it's a completely different decision for his opponents whether to make that call when he 3-bets all in.
Yeah, I mean, he's... Well, after getting that jam through, I think he's up to like 20 bigs now, so we really got a game on our hands here. It's not like there are, you know, sub 10 big blind stacks like we have had for most of the FT. Cards this piece in. By the way, good job, Henry. You're doing a great job out there. You're too kind, mate. I enjoy chatting with the players, you know, but I've always felt most comfortable where there are no cameras, just a microphone and a commentary booth. Appreciate the kind words. Type 1 in the chat if you're a chat pro.
$3.8 million, 19 bigs. What's
Not for
a
now.
whole lot in?
5-6.
That brings him up to 4.3 million.
Wow, not many chat pros in the chat. 1,000 people watching. There's only 2 chat pros. What, saying you're shy, Henry? I'm not shy. I just don't really like cameras.
You could have fooled me, Henry.
Cheeky fucker.
Andrea Ricci, 22 million, 50% of the chips in play. There's just about 45 million in play. Second place is Lombardo. This is Vincent under the gun. He folds Murad to Naughty. 8-7 offsuit. He folds, and now Lombardo on the button with King Deuce. Richie, small blind, small pair.
700.
Announces 700k. Looks over at Shilko, who hasn't snap folded.
Was it 3.5x? Yeah. Are we 35 to start the hand? Close. Very close.
7?
Here we go, boys and girls. Take it to the streets. 1.6 million in the pot. Chip leader against third in chips. In before more money goes in.
Shilko. Pretty much the same equity as he had pre-flop. His 6 or 5 is good, obviously. 7 will give him a straight.
Yeah, nice to start barreling with these hands that have equity. Also nice to be able to fold out, you know, some like king high, queen high sometimes. Dre going nowhere.
Check.
Well. That pretty much locks it for Shilko. 2 outs once for Andrea. Staring out the corner of his glasses. I think Shilko's going to find double barrel here, you know. At 40%. Man, I swear, if he bets 1 million, I'm just going to drool. Quick fold from Andrea.
No, no, ci copia. Ci copia. Calli. Ciao, Calli.
That is Alexander Shilko from Belarus, stacking chips. Now up to second. Over 8 million. That's the chip leader, Andrea Ricci.
Look how many chips he's got. That's hilarious.
Non penso. Ma secondo me Zabesten fa check back con quella mano lì.
Gasco said, I like this Alexander. I'm a huge fan as well. The kid has clearly been putting in a ton of hours during the lockdown.
400.
Working on his game. Very competent. It's his sizings, you know, his like range c-bet spots and blind versus blind just seems to be pretty like flawless all round. Guys, 2006 called. I want your strategy advice. Go on Twitch chat. You've been called upon. I'm only teasing. Be kind to each other. Not everyone. Professional.
Richie in the same spot on the turn as he was in the last hand. Just 5% equity. Vincent, pair, flush draw, straight draw. will be check calling should Andrea Ricci fire again. It's on the handbrake. Ricci. 10 on the turn. Vincent to act first, out of position. 1.5 million in the pot. He may just put in a small blocker type bet, but he checks. Just wants to get to check to showdown. Ricci. Got to check this back. Knows queen high, no good. He's lost another one, but he's still sitting on a massive stack, 20 million. Vincent up to about 6.5 million now. It's the overnight chip leader. That's second in chips right now. And on the left, Morad. On the right, Lombardo. Button position, Shilko. Now under the gun, that's Simone Lombardo with Jack 7 suited. 5 players remain. Average stack is 9 million. 45 million chips in play. Lombardo. Opens with the Jack 7 suited, snap fold from Ricci. Fold it right around to Vincent. Well, Vincent is actually under 5 million.
$63,000 and a 10K ticket locked up. Not a bad few days' work. Dicey spot for Vincent. 8's in the small. Probably be jamming a lot. A pretty decent frequency. Sure, our opponent's under the gun, but one of the most active players. Yes, we're 4 of 5, so busting 5th is, you know, obviously terrible, but sometimes that's just how it plays out. What was it for, chat? It was like 25 effective at the start of the hand? I don't know, it's close. I think like 20 just has to go in. 25. Obviously, yeah, like ICM blunder, but he's like the guy in the big's not that short, right? Like not that much shorter. He's on like 3.6 million. No, he's on more. He's on like 4 million. So he's only got like 3 big blinds left than us. Ace queen for the chip leader. Given some back. Still 100 bigs, 5 left with €250,000 up top. Nice spot to find yourself in. See if we get some Italy on Italy violence. We will. Lombardo going to defend. Heads up to the ace 10-5 rainbow board.
300.
Quick Seaver. I want to know what Lombardo has.
Well, it's a quick call. Ace 5.
No, ace
Boom.
5. Ace 5.
Jack 10.
Tanks. at least considers raising. So there's definitely more than 1.1 million in the middle. So it's open to 400k, right? So 801. So it's like 1.7 in the middle. Check through on the turn.
Lombardo. He's hit his strips, Henry. He's going to get paid.
Does he have ace
Ace
jack?
jack.
Wow. Wow. I mean, how did more money not go in on the turn?
Very passive.
Posso fare nemmeno 300.
No, no, non può. Sto sudando,
Wow. Not sure how I feel about that one. Felt like more chips would find their way into the middle at some point. But Lombardo up to over 10 million. Comfortably in second. And the two Italians have a stronghold on this final table. 30 mil of the 45 million in play between them. Italy on top. Vincent, 4 or 5, 23 bigs, Ace-7 going into the muck. As will the King 5 of Morad. I assume, I mean, could get extremely out of line.
600.
Last time 700, this time 6.
Tanking the Dutchman. We will be going on our first break of the day in 16 minutes time, which is kind of crazy. 2 levels in to have lost 4 players already,
Raise.
and it's still not known if we'll be coming back with 5. Lombardo chipping up.
He's really been the standout player so far. I mean, obviously Richie has been involved in most of the big pots, notwithstanding that first hand against Sammy Carley. I think it was hand number 3. I mean, it was ridiculous. 14 million in the pot. Richie with the full boat. But since then, I think Lombardo has been the most ambitious. Shilko obviously has looked pretty classy also. Lombardo again opening under the gun with the 10-9 as expected. Fold it right around to Morad. Sitting with about 17 big blinds behind. 6-5 suited. 235,000 to call. You'd expect him to defend here. He'll a flop and see what transpires.
That's his call.
$1.2 million in the pot.
2 million.
Well, it's actually closer to 3.
Oh.
Both players flop a draw. Lombardo with the flush draw. Morad with a good shot. Checks.
SPR less than 3, it's kind of dicey to... Oh. We're always range betting here at King 4 Deuce. It feels grim when we get check jammed on though. Check raised. Man. Too many people have been just telling these kids C-bet 1/3 on every board for the PFR. What do you do, chat? C-bet 1/3. Easy final table. Easy 250k. Wow, that's tight. That is very tight. Like I mean, defending with 6-5, holding a nut shot back with diamonds.
Ah.
That's see that 1/3 on every board is better advice than the average advice I hear in the weekly €10 rebuy MTT in a bar I play.
No.
I mean, you actually can't go too wrong as a baseline strategy. C-betting 1/3 on every board until you become good enough and understand fundamentals enough to start implementing different sizings. Like, it makes more sense to effectively use one sizing correctly 90% of the time than use two sizings correctly only 70% of the time. So, you know, working on those fundamentals and kickstart something beautiful. Potentially a career if you're a masochist like myself. Enjoy pain. Upswings, downswings, sleepless nights. And then for one of these 5 players, glory, World Series of Poker Circuit main ring, €250,000 in the back pocket. RSC saying I'll take the pain over the office.
Vincent folding in the cutoff, an ace. Morad, 15 big blinds on the button, king 9 suited.
Not the worst jam in the world. Okay. I was gonna say, you get like a couple of pips better to fold. Like king 10, king jack, maybe even. I think we definitely get like ace 9 to fold, right? Ah, maybe you don't. I don't know. I think king 10-0 is like bottom. So king 9 suited would be bottom.
Lombardo small blind and gets the big chip stack. Fold the suited queen in the big blind.
Wow. That is very tight. Queen 4 suited.
First and second in chips, the player directly opposite the dealer, that's Richie. Massive chip leader. I mean, look at the columns of chips. It's ridiculous how big that stack is. And the very left-hand side of the table with the sunglasses, that is Simone Lombardo, also from Italy. This is Vincent playing 4.1 million, just about 20 bigs. And this is Morad, who will be shoving the tens here. I reckon 15 big blinds, Henry. Probably all goes in, right? 500k out there. Looks at the clock. 8 minutes left in this level.
All in announced.
Lombardo folds the queen 4. Richie's going to be folding, and Shilko in the big blind won't be too interested with the jack 7 offsuit. So Richie, well, Richie's the chip leader. I'm thinking Vincent and Morad, very similar in stack size now. 20 bigs for Vincent. Morad playing about 17 and a half big blinds. Then we have two decent stacks. Average stack, Shilko above average, Lombardo on the right hand side of your screen.
$400.
Richie opening on the button with the 9-4 suited. Alexander Shilko in the small blind with ace jack. 3-bet incoming. You would expect 1.2 million
400
put out. Looks to be 1.3 in fact. Vincent gets out of the way in the big blind position on a snap fold from Richie. That brings Shilko up to about average stack. 8.6 million, average is around 9 million.
That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy that the two Italians have just all the chips. There's 5 left. If it was like 3-handed, you know, and there's like 2 chip leaders and a shorty, but they've got all the chips. And the short stacks, sorry, still have decent stacks, given this structure. Another raise and take. Maybe everyone's minds at least already into the break. Not that kid though. His lips are literally moving. He's like counting out combos, bro. You could literally see him doing math. I'm fairly sure I saw numbers in front of his face.
400.
Richie opens once again, 400,000 with the ace-8 suited. Shilko folds. Vincent folds. Action now on Morad. The shorter stack on the table, and he folds. Lombardo with 10-8 in the big blind. 200k to defend, you'd expect. Simon Lombardo, peel a flop here. Does put in the 2 100k chips. Very methodically. King 9. Both players miss this. Check, min bet, snap fold. Richie wins one. Lombardo still sitting on a couple of million above average stack. The short stack is Morad to Nuti. Vincent also short. Vincent sitting on under 20 bigs. Shilko folds the 8-3. 18 big blinds. Vincent Denev. Suited ace. All of these players guaranteed about 74k thereabouts, including that World Series main event seat. Of course, massive pay jumps each and every spot. Well, Richie.
3.5, 4 million, yeah? Something like 4 million.
Exactly what Vincent is sitting on. Not quite 4 million. Ace Queen suited.
All in.
Richie pulls the trigger. Vincent will fold, I think. Leave himself with 16 bigs behind.
Okay. I know you can do this bullshit, but...
And Vincent, not convinced, but says, look, you can take it. Richie.
I mean, you're meant to have raise folds off that stack depth. So, I mean, I understand he might be upset with the outcome, but you're still in it. Like, in theory, you're allowed to do that. Don't worry, mate. You would have been gone had he just open jammed. It can feel like, though, when the chip leader jams on you. Or re-jams on you, I should say. That you might just be getting put in the ICM cage.
Totally. I mean, there is an onus on the chip leader, particularly when they have like a sizable chip advantage. You know, to step up, take control, and that's what's going through Vincent's mind. But Richie had the goods on that occasion, but not on this occasion. Shilko is going to flat here, Henry.
No, it's not.
He's going to take it.
He's not going
to the
flat.
Streets.
ICM does not justify flatting.
Flat call incoming, 100%.
All right, 50 euros.
100% of the time, he's going to flat call here.
Okay, 50
against
euros.
the chip leader. There you are. There's a flat call. Look.
No, this
That's a call.
This kid actually understands ICM. So So that's 50 euros you owe me.
I don't think that was booked, Henry.
I mean, you said 100%, so I don't understand why you wouldn't book it.
It wasn't booked.
Nah,
You
it's
know
all
it
right.
wasn't, buddy.
What are the scores on the door? You owe me about £1,000 now.
Why would he ever flat there, says Cards PTSD. Well, my thinking is he wants to get the maximum from these premium hands. They're few and far between. And you want to get paid. He's in position. Chip leader Richie, always going to be firing on the flop. So it's all about profit. But as Henry quite rightly pointed out, these huge ICM implications. Just way too risky to be flatting there. We're going to take a break. You can see the chip count graphic just showing what the story is. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes to bring you the rest of the action from this main event final table here in Kings Resort.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the Ace-King suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil BC, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bise with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Folds under the gun +1, he's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan, with the ace of clubs, I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me if it's true. Huh?
7.
Pocket 7.
Ace of clubs and
know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy. Missed the bond. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final table, the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. And, well, Fintan, it's not too often we go into the first break and we've lost 4 of the 9 final tablists, but there we have it, down to the final 5, coming back to 125k, 200k, I believe, the 200k, the 250k big blind ante. And, I mean, Fintan, at this rate, we could be heads up by the time we go into the next break. Who knows?
Yeah, right. It did explode, didn't it?
It
You
did.
really didn't expect for so many bust outs. And really, the first bust out really set the scene. Sammy Carley versus the current chip leader, Andrea Ricci. It was just a hand that was absolutely ridiculous, really. I mean, first and second in chips, getting it all in. And I mean, like, the likes of the Israeli Yuri Gilboa, just sitting there with a couple of blinds, he was just loving it.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, that's another couple of months' wages.
Yeah. I mean, he must be super happy coming into this final table with, what was it, less than 10, 1.4 million. And to, I mean, get one ladder, he would have been happy, but to go out in 6th,
Yeah, I think it's really good performance.
30,000 euros more.
He's played super, I think. Gilboa, he really did. He didn't make any mistakes. He got his money in good in the end. And your guy from Belarus got lucky again, Henry.
My guy, yeah, you got lucky again. You call it luck.
Well, I mean, then we had, a really brutal bust out. It was Mr. Bond, I believe. And then we had Kaiser, Ahmed Kais, a Czech Siggy, who ran 7s into jacks.
Oh boy. Well. Hello. 10 big blinds. Vincent waking up with the goods, and he's going to get a double here.
Queen in the bin.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty sick for 10 big blinds, Andrea. I can't believe it.
Fabio. apro asso dama da bottone, ciova 12x, gli assi.
Well, let's see your luck, Andrea. That's 6%. I mean, he has more than 6%, right?
Well, there's a queen in the bin. Is there? There is.
I mean, I don't care if there's 2 queens in the bin. Still have more than 6%.
Backdoor straight. Running king, jack for Broadway.
Yeah, I think a king's fair. A jack's a bit greedy. Gives him a double gutter. Dead on the turn. Double up for Vincent. Doesn't really change much. I think Vincent's still fourth of 5.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he was down to 2.7. Just 11 bigs and less. Just over 10 bigs.
Well, great start for him coming back from break.
Oh, okay.
So maybe it was a little bit more.
Infoldabile. How can I fold? Huh?
You can't fold. He's asking the rest of the table, how can I
Very
fold?
easy.
You can't, mate.
No chance.
For the other guys.
I'm delighted to get it in there with ace queen.
Yeah, I'm fist pumping. He's going to have
Yeah,
ace jack, ace 10, king, queen.
I'm jumping around with joy, and even when I see the aces, I'm still happy.
Yeah, just happy to be there, right?
Exactly. I made the right decision. That's okay. So I ran into it. No big deal. Still the big chip advantage, but not as sizable. It's gone from 22.5 million to 17 million. Still about 70 odd big blinds. This is Shilko, cut off, ace 5. Under 10 bigs for Morad. In the small blind he folds, and Lombardo in the big blind. Let's go the jack 4. Shilko. Takes one down.
I want to see when Morad asked to see his opponent's cards, because he's still owed.
Okay, forgot about that.
Yeah.
Good recall there, Henry.
He's still owed. I wonder what he's saving it for.
Vincent looks up to the clock. Blind level still the same. Makes it 600. 5. Min raise. Oh, action. 2 shorter stacks are going to get it in here, Henry. Less than 10 big behind for Morad. 3-bet shove for sure. And Vincent will be snapping him off. Alright, just looking around at the clock. Confirmation what the blinds are. They haven't changed. It's still 125, 250. 3-bet all in. Give me a rough indication of what I'm up against, says Vincent. And he announces call. Turns over 2 9s. He won't be too surprised to see 2 overs. It's a classic race here between Vincent Denev and Morad Dunati. The Dutchman at risk. Vincent does have him covered. And Vincent, that slight advantage. Morad needs to hit. Well, this is interesting.
Ace of diamonds. Okay, let's go.
Morad.
Ace of diamonds.
with the gut shot. Well, a 10 would work.
No.
It's unbelievable. Counterfeit. That really is incredible. Vincent flopped the up and down straight flush. He was ahead with the 9s. Comes Queen 10 for the counterfeit. Queens and 10s with the ace high. That is pretty brutal, that run out for Vincent.
Yeah. Wow.
And Morad, who's done really well. He started the day as the second lowest in chips. He was 8 of 9, just around 2 million with blinds at 80,160.
3,5, 3,8.
So ace king versus 9s. It was pretty much a flip, but that flop, up and down straight flush draw for the pocket 9s. Vincent in real bad shape. Morad 5.4 million. 22 bigs. Lombardo on the button with the king 6. Thoroughly impressive performance by this Italian player. Makes it 550 on the button. Richie folds, chip leader, but Alexander Shilko in the big blind with ace 8. Puts in the additional 300. We go to a flop, king jack 7. Lombardo flops best. Nice disguise, check back. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Shilko. With ace high. One of his aces folded pre-flop. So just 2 outs for Shilko, who's first to speak here. Flop has gone check, and a deceptive check back by Lombardo, who flopped top pair after he raised pre-flop. Will this induce a lead out from the young player from Belarus? There's the check, I believe, from Shilko. Lombardo checks. He'll go for value on the river, no doubt. Lombardo hits 3 pairs. Kings and jacks are good with the 7 kicker. He's going to be putting in a value bet here for sure. And a mega call depending on the sizing. Wow, well, Shilko leads. And there's the snap call. His king was completely disguised. Maximum payout, you feel, for Lombardo.
Ozzy.
Think about this then.
Lombardo wants to see the cards.
Lui. Check, flop e turn io. Behind.
He's entitled to see them. He called the bet.
Ovvio.
Simone Lombardo.
Yeah, prima.
12 million stack. Second in chips. Bit of a hit for the young player from Belarus, Alexander Shilko. Morad under the gun. Queen 7. Feeling way more comfortable after that double through Vincent with the ace king. Didn't hit, but he counterfeited. Pocket 9s belonging to Vincent. Queen 10-10 board. Lombardo. Certainly for me, a player in the ascendancy. He looks like he's up to the task. Raising here again in the cutoff. Action with Vincent. 12 bigs. Decides to fold the Jack 9. Lombardo takes a stack to 13 million. Average stack, I believe, is about 9 million. 5 nines, 45 million, that'd be right. 45 million chips in play was a 50k starting stack. And we had just over 900 entries. Down now to just 5 players. All these players guaranteed in and around 74,000. It's 63,334 cash plus the 10,350. WSOPC main event seat. Richie raises with the King Jack suited. Vincent 3 bets. All in with the Ace 5 suited. Morad is just going to step back, get out of the way. And action will be on Richie. We'll have a decision.
2.4.
King Jack suited, it's very close. Richie asking for an exact count. About 10 big blinds. Richie sitting on a giant stack, close to double the average. Makes the call. I get it. I totally get this. Flipping against
K-Jack
weak aces.
5.
Vincent at risk. Ace 5. Noteworthy, there is an ace in the bin. However, it's Andrea Ritchie that has to hit. King Jack suited. Vincent. With the Ace 5 of diamonds, well, something for both players. Richie hits his jack, but Vincent with enough flush draw. There's the flush. Sits back down, goes behind on the flop, and then has his opponent drawing dead on the turn. Double up for Vincent, who's up to 7.6 million. And look at this. Richie is now down to second in chips, I believe. No, he's still chip leader on 13 million. His fellow countryman, Simone Lombardo, is sitting on 12 million. But, I mean, he's lost 10 million from his height. Vincent, back in business, gets the double. Up to around 7 million. That'll work. 28 bigs. Comfortable once again. Lombardo posting big blind. Shilko in the cutoff makes it 500k. Morad, Jack 8 in the small blind, and the Italian defends his big blind with 8-6, and we go to the flop. Alexander Shilko will have position. Trips for Lombardo. Five of spades has been folded pre-flop, just one clean out for Shilko. Now he's drawing dead. Lombardo. It's a full house now. 5 in the river will be absolutely sick. Ace of clubs on the river. Lombardo with a full house. First to speak. I think he's going to lead. Big danger of him missing out in value were he to check and Shilko check back. So he's going to go, and I think he's going to go big. That's 2 million. This is just absolutely huge sizing. And it's got Shilko's interest. Pocket fives. 2.6 million. Massive overbet. Targeting, of course, all the ace X's in Shilko's range. Pre-flop razor opened on the cutoff. Shilko, of course, far weaker. Pocket fives. Folds as expected. Lombardo takes down another pot, brings his stack up to 13 million. He's joint chip leader along with his fellow countryman. Good shot for Richie.
Immagino. Ti dico, potrei rilanciare pro flop, dopo vai a vedere.
Vincent, 7.3 million folds Morat. Sitting on close to 20 big blinds. Lombardo playing about 50 bigs.
$550?
Lombardo versus Shilko once again. Button open from Lombardo. And the flat call from the player from Belarus, Alexander Shilko. Ace-8 suited. 6-7 deuce. Both players miss. Shilko checks. Continuation from Lombardo. $425K. Shilko. Ace high. Backdoor straight. No club out there. I think he just gives it in. Lets this one go. 6.6 million. Behind average stack 9 million, but no. Gets sticky. Floats. Ace high. Backdoor straight. Seven of spades on the turn. We're Shilko to bet out here. Lombardo just has to give it up.
Ai dar në suaj so që shpëqusër e mjej. I dar në suaj so që shpëqusër e mjej.
Shilko gets one back. These guys have been at it continually. Simone Lombardo. And the player from Belarus, Alexander Shilko.
And then there were 5, Finton. I say, and then there were 5. Been 5 for some time now, but Lombardo just chipping up. Chipping away. Slowly but surely. Who you got, chat? Who's taking this one down?
I mean, all 5 players have shown real quality, Henry.
They really have, mate. I'll take that away from them, that's for sure.
Only thing I have to remark on is Richie has gone down in gears a little. You know, he just hasn't been the he was completely dominant yesterday. He was the table captain, even when he didn't have chips. And when he got the massive stack here, he didn't seem to go up into 6th gear, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's an interesting one, right? Like, huge chip leader. How do you want to approach it? If you're playing against people that aren't that ICM aware and, you know, are going to be gambling in spots, then maybe taking the passive approach, getting down to, you know, four-handed with a chip lead and then start changing through the gears makes more sense than trying to steamroll the table with, you know, 9 players. So we'll see. He's still got time. I'll give him time, give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it is still early stages on this final table, even though we've lost 4 players. There's a lot of blinds out there. Quite a lot of poker to be played. Richie is so capable. Very tricky. Under the gun here with ace queen, and he makes it 500k min raise. Vincent Deneuve folds the ace queen and the short stack. Morad folds. Lombardo decides not to defend with the 10-4 suited. Richie goes, there you go, that's my minimum raising hand. Brings him up to 14 million. And that will help the situation for him as he's been on a kind of downward spiral, even though he's chip leader. He's lost a bunch of chips. He's lost 8 million plus. But he needs to just get in the zone, not get rattled. Massive advantage here. He's still favourite, but few real serious contenders on this table of 5. Morad's done very well. Started the day in 2 million. Second shortest stack, 8 of 9. Here battling it out, 5-handed. And very composed, great temperament. Richie gets a walk from Lombardo. It's all interesting. And given the payouts, 74,000 almost for all 5 players guaranteed. But it's at 247,000 euro up top. Vincent, under the gun, ace 10, here we go. 500k. And now Morad in the cutoff with the 8 deuce in the bins. Simone folds, and now Richie will fold. Big blind's a different story though. Shilko with a suited ace in the big blind position. Flat call from Shilko. 1.4 million in the pot. Dealer peels a flop. Vincent's made a pair. Shilko checks. $300k continuation. So about 20% pot size bet. Shilko, you felt was always going to be floating. Can be ahead here with ace high at times, but not a good situation for Shilko. Second queen now on the turn. Vincent will feel a lot better about his 10. Second queen showing up. A lot less likely Shilko has a queen in his holding. Now deuce on the river, so it's going to go check, and I'm sure Vincent will go for value. Shilko to act first. 2 million in the pot. There's the check, and now value incoming. 2-pair, no kicker. Vincent just deciding on the sizing. What's going to pay him off? Well, he's going rather large here. This is huge. Looks like 1.3 million.
Yeah, not 10. Everything bricks, right? So Shilka gonna have more hands to bluff catch with. Obviously his hands that brick just fold. So just really putting, you know, weaker 10x, 7x into a really tough spot.
And ace high.
Yeah, maybe with some ace highs.
Shilko in the tank. He's thinking of calling with ace high, Henry.
Interesting ace high to call with. Like, blocking 8-9 suited does make the call. Wow. Maybe a first misstep for the young Belarusian Vincent. Short stack for quite some time, up to 9.2 million. Great run from him since we came back from break.
Vincent going about his business quietly. And after losing that massive flip against Morad, when he got counterfeited on the river, looked to be in desperate shape, but he's back to average stack, over 9 million. Third in chips. Shilko takes a big hit. How will that affect him? I think it's noteworthy, Henry, that Shilko, who travelled to Prague this morning, he told us that he only got 3 hours sleep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely going to be a factor.
Yep. Fatigue does kick in eventually.
I don't know, did you notice his demeanour in that last hand? He just, for the first time, he looked mentally exhausted to me.
Does look pretty tired. Potential squeeze spot here. It's like Ricky has he flat called? No, surely not. Hasn't flat called the ace-5-0.
Well, this is a dream scenario for Shilko. Looks at the dealer, looks at the clock.
Yeah, I mean, must be all in.
Calculates the blinds. 28 bigs. Shilko about to 3-bet all in. And Lombardo But Ace Queen will have a decision to make. I'm really not sure what Lombardo's going to do once Shilko moves all in, which is exactly what he does do. Queen gone into the bin. I think it was Vincent. Folded the queen. Simone Lombardo asks for a count, as you'd expect. Big moment. Alexander Shilko just on the back of losing a hand to Vincent. Looks down at Ace King after Simone Lombardo opened in the cutoff with Ace Queen. Shilko 3 bets all in. About 28 big blind shove. The Italian not wanting to give up the Ace Queen. It's tough. It really is. It's hard to fold this hand. Lombardo, were he to call and lose, it would leave him sitting on the short stack on par with Morad, the Dutchman, who's the shortest at the moment. I'm really leaning towards a fold here because you're going to get a better spot given his stack size, Lombardo. He's completely in the dark here. Ace Queen. Would be absolutely crushed, which is the case. Flipping quite a lot. Yeah, he is ahead sometimes, but you know what? He can pick another spot. Doesn't have that much invested.
27x. 27x. 4 diamo. Snap un 4. Che cazzo devo...
Simone Lombardo opens with Ace Queen. 3 bet all in from Shilko. Lombardo does find the fold. Doesn't like it. But he'll be a lot happier when his friends in the rail
Ieri mi ha sciavato 30.
feed him back the information at the break.
I 9 e il asso jack con 30x.
This young professional actually final tabled this event. Came 4th in the World Series of Poker circuit main event here in Kings. Hugely experienced. He is the young gun, but believe me, I'm willing to bet he's more hands under his belt than any of these players. Lombardo under the gun will go again with the Ace-3 offsuit. Blinds 125, 250, he makes it 525, and Richie just happy to take a back seat and let these guys at it. Morad in the big blind. 3.7 million behind, he lets it go. Just sitting on about 15 bigs now, Morad.
Devo fare la callata del ICM, questo sposta troppi soldi, sta cosa. Che cazzo faccio? Andrea.
500.
Four race 500.
So action here. Simone Lombardo in the big blind will put in the additional 250, getting quite an attractive price after Richie opened under the gun with the ace-8 suited, and Shilko came in the cutoff with the king-queen. 7-7-7, and Richie insta-fires $500,000 into the 1.9 million pot. Shilko. King Queen. Gonna float, it looks like. No, looks back down. Lets it go. Lombardo will also let it go.
Petruzzello fulminava.
Richie 15 million. Lombardo 11 million. Shilko sitting on about 7.5.
Ha sciavato ieri a Soggeca a
Short stack.
35x.
Morad.
Che così non mi sciavava.
Five-handed for quite some time here on this final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit main event here in Kings Resort. Massive turnout, record-breaking event in fact. 912 entries, producing well over 1.3 million prize pool. This kid really is talented, no doubt. Shilko. He folds now. Vincent Denev with the 10-4. Morad. Queen 5 in the button. Lombardo gives his fellow countryman a walk. Richie goes well. I'm going to defend with King 8 suited. Stack 15 million. Chip leader has been for the duration of this final table since the start. He started with 10 million. Then that crazy hand with Sammy Carley. Sammy second in chips. Sammy raised with the 9-10. Defending the big blind with the pocket twos for the Italian Richie. And it comes 9-9-2. Trips versus full boat, slow play each other, of course, on the flop, and then, I mean, it was just shoveled in so quick on the turn, it was quite frightening. That was the end of Sammy Carley, busting out in ninth. Really was a pity to lose him so fast. But back to the action here, Lombardo, button, sixes, and for me, this guy is really being creative. He's been brave. He's here to win this. There's no doubt in my mind. He has great ambitions. That's what you need in tournament poker. You've got to be just completely focused, positive. Lombardo, for me, showing all the characteristics of a winner so far, but I mean, any one of these guys, even short stack, Morad, super composed, great temperament. Then you have Vincent Denev, who we highlighted earlier, quality act, and that's not to mention the young gun, superstar, Shilko, and of course we have the big personality of the Italian Richie, who you see here with Ace Jack on the button. Defend from Vincent with the Jack 9 suited in the big blind position. He doesn't want to hit his Jack. Good shot for Richie. I think he's enough here to continue. Well, he checks back. Club would be interesting. Richie is check, back, flop. Club has appeared on the turn. Vincent now fires. And I like this lead out. I mean, if it gets called, he does have the backup with the flush draw. 9 and Jack could be good. So a bunch of cards would flip him into the lead if he was behind here. It does get called by the chip leader Richie, who has ace high and the gut shot. Of course he's going to stick about. Ace is good, Jack is golden. Both miss. Action with Richie. Sorry, action with Vincent. Richie has position. Vincent is going to fire again. He has to. Jack high isn't going to win. Missed his clubs. About a third of the pot. 700k. 30% pot size bet. Pressure on Richie with ace high. I think Vincent has just about done enough. Fire turn. Got called. Misses flushed. Missed a pair. Now shoots again. On the river. This is the chip leader, Andrea Ricci. This sizing from Vincent, I like it. It really screams of value.
Show the bluff.
I can't.
Show the bluff, asks
We'll see it in the
Richie.
TV. We'll see the bluff on TV.
True to his word. Vincent says you'll see the bluff on TV.
Presi turn. Ecco, così, è vero? Eh?
Five remain. We've been five-handed for some time on this final table. It has been very interesting to see these different personalities fight it out for that top spot, €247,000. Of course, there's the issue of that gold ring, which will be presented to the winner in addition to the cash.
Raise 500.
Richie in the cutoff, 500k. Shilko, for me, is coming off a little uncomfortable in the last orbit or two. Whether tiredness is a factor or not, I'm sure that will become more evident as this final table progresses. A lot of poker to be played. Still plenty deep. 1 hour clock. No one's going to hand this tournament to you as a player. There's no chance of just sitting back waiting for pots to present themselves to you. You've got to go out and fight for it. Shilko realises that. Cut off here with Queen 8 suited. 500k raise. And this is the short stack. Murad. Janoti. In the small blind with ace-5. He's looking at the clock, looking at the situation. 12 bigs behind. Decides against pulling the trigger, but an auto defend from Lombardo with the 9-7.
You had before? You had before?
What's the crack, Vinton? What's been going on?
Pretty much the same situation. It's very tense, Henry.
Tense indeed, especially when there's six-figure scores up for grabs.
Shilko flops top 2. Lombardo will be continuing, I reckon, with bottom pair. Is a piece of this. These two players continually getting involved against each other. Lombardo and Shilko, which you wouldn't have expected. You would have thought it would be the chip leader that would be instigating all the battles. But Richie happy enough just to kind of sit back. Let one of these two try and fight the way to the top. So
free out there.
Check bet call on the flop. Now the turn is checked from Lombardo, who's going to face another bet from Shilko. And I expect this to be the end of the hand.
$8.5 mil closing in on Lombardo. It's really tight, Vincent. Really is anyone's game. Shilko picking up hands. Line's going up in just 3 minutes' time, Finton, meaning there'll only be 150 bigs in play.
You really are observant, Henry. I would never have spotted that clock in the background. And again, we're going to see Shilko and Lombardo. I mean, for me, it's going to be one of these guys certainly heads up.
You think so?
Absolutely, yeah, and possibly both of them. But I don't think there's room on the table for both of them. That's my feeling. Is like they're just going at each other, you know?
Yeah. That's a huge 3-bet. Huge 3-bet.
This guy, Shilko, I mean, he's just so cool. Not phased in any way.
How much? 2.7 million, 25?
Oh, that is funny. The expression on his face. What?
Right? 2.7.
Is that right?
Misclick?
I mean, you wouldn't know. Lombardo's from Italy, so they kind of do things big or they go home, you know. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was deliberate. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was. Shilko just goes, what the hell? Folds the ace-9 suited. Morad in the centre of your screen, this shorty, but he's been playing that short stack so well. Still hanging in there. Anything can happen. Vincent Denev, 9.5 million, slightly above average stack. Pocket twos under the gun. Blinds 125, 250. I guess this will be the last hand. You can see the clock there that Henry spotted. Just over a minute left in this 125, 250 blind level. Vincent under the gun with the deuces. Lombardo 11 million stack. Folds on the button. Snap fold from Richie in the small blind, and Shilko looks down at one of these hands that you just don't want to continue with. 8-3 offsuit. Hands the money over to Vincent. And the button moves. We will get one more hand in at this level. Very tense. Massive money. The pay jumps here, colossal. Really is a big score by, well, I mean,
anybody's standards,
yeah,
right?
Let's, I mean, $250,000. So blinds will go to 150, 300,000. And then we're kind of looking, not so many big blinds in play. Going to be a lot more difficult for Morad, who is the short stack. Vincent in the big blind here, facing another open from Lombardo, who is definitely more active than anybody else. King 8 deuce. Vincent misses, check fold. And Vincent just having a little smile. He goes, I know you're continuing here with absolutely anything. But what can I do with Jack 7 off, out of position? That is Simone Lombardo, Italian, second in chips. That is Shilko from Belarus. I think he's 4 or 5, Shilko. He is, in fact, 24 big, 7.4 million. Richie up top, but this guy Lombardo for me, Henry, on the left-hand side of your screen, on the right now, he is for sure showing the greater ambition. Richie, Jack 10 suited in the cutoff. Blinds up, he makes it 600k. Hold it right around to Morad, who just goes, take it quickly. Move that button fast. Give me another hand. Can't do anything with that. Richie under the gun with 9-5 offsuit. Shilko cut off, Queen 9. $23 bigs folds. But Morad won't be folding in the small blind, a pocket pair here. He's going to let rip for about 7.5 bigs. Lombardo, King 7, asks for a count. It's close. Very close. King 7. Morat's going to be, I mean, he's pretty much putting it in here with any two. He gets called. We're going to see a race for Morat's life here. Sixes versus King 7.
I love it. He's just like 6 on the flop. Dude, you're ahead.
Lombardo made the call correctly, in my opinion, with the King 7. Morat's going to be shoving pretty much any two in that situation. Folded around to him. Small blind sixes. Still good, but 3 clubs give a potential flush to Lombardo. And you can see the equity almost exact. 49 to 51. 7. Just 1 out for Murad.
That's the nasty one, isn't it?
It's absolutely horrible.
Because even though you're not dead, there's still the pain knowing that you've only got 1 out. GG's. He did well, man.
Yeah, he did well. He was absolutely solid. Really did well for himself. He was 8 of 9 coming in with just 2 million. Now, I know 8 of 9 you expect, okay, right, 8 or 7's good, but given the stack size he had, just 2 million.
Yeah.
I mean, he did really well to go up that ladder. Finished 5th. Huge payday. Incredible. Almost 74k. I mean, that is a decent... I mean, that's a really good score for the Dutchman.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
And now,
13,
he's come to the top.
15.
Took a while, but you never doubted it, Henry. Simone Lombardo, the Italian, with all the heart. Joint chip leader with his fellow countryman, Andrea Ricci. Bobik in the chat, getting excited. And then there were 4.
How much?
Then there were 4, Finton.
It's been this has been one of the best tournaments I've seen. But probably, I mean, we've missed live poker. There's been no live poker in a while or whatever, so maybe that's a factor. But are you going to try and tell me that this hasn't been absolutely hugely entertaining for the last few days?
Oh, mate. I mean, from when we went live, you know, a couple of big names from the poker world on our screens all the way down to the money bubble. And then, I mean, that day 2 was just insane, right? Like, that's some content right there. It's been brilliant.
Shilko and Richie are major contributing factors to the entertainment that has been provided here on this stream. I just can't stop going back to that table yesterday with these 2 guys. And of course, there was the Kaiser, Ahmed Kais, as Czech, who made this final table. But I mean, he was the monster chip leader when 2 tables were in play, and he just went to war with Andrea Ricci. Ricci getting the better of him. And then, of course, Sammy Carley, who made this final table also. That hand against Stinka. That really was good content. If you missed it, go back to the videos from yesterday. You won't be disappointed. 4 remain here at the final table. 11.4 million average stack. Simone Lombardo on the button with a pocket pair. 14 million, joint chip leader. Okay. Limp. Complete. Check from the big blind. So, 3-way to a flop. Not going to see this too often. 9 hits Shilko. Richie has the good shot. Lombardo with none of it.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Richie, I've seen him do this several times, and Shilko, even though he's not closing the action, he does have the strength, the character to make the call. He's, I mean, great recognition from this guy, Shilko. Jack on the river. Richie, does he blast again? I wouldn't put it past him.
$1,500,000.
$1.2 million, about 55% of the pot, and takes it down.
Okay.
Gets the job done.
Oh.
Richie up to 16 million. Shilko is 4-4, Henry.
Yes, indeed.
Chip leader. Such a strong force. Always favourite to be finishing one of these podium finishes. Who knows? Lombardo will have something to say about that. Under the gun, suited ace. Vincent, 8.5 million stack. 6-2 offsuit. Flicked towards the dealer. Lombardo takes down another one.
Fifth place finisher, Morad, who has been on our screens for the past couple of days and also kind of came in today with a pretty short stack, so must be somewhat happy to have ladded his way up through the ranks. Morad, congratulations firstly on your overall performance and your fifth place finish. I just want to ask you briefly, how did this final table go for you today, and how did you prepare for it last night?
I didn't prepare. It went okay, but I didn't have any good hands. I didn't have any good cards, so I'm happy with the fifth.
You must be pretty happy to have laddered like a couple of spots, because you were card dead for what felt like, you know, a good few hours. Apart from the, was it Ace King against Nines flip? Other than that, it was just like card dead pretty much.
That's it. Ace King 2 times. One time they fold, and another time Ace King against the Nines. That's it. I didn't have any good cards anymore.
Well, hopefully you save the run good and the good cards for the World Series of Poker Europe main, because you're going to be coming back here to take part in that. Are you going to be preparing for that, or is it a case of you just playing the game you already know and just focusing on one hand at a time?
No, I will prepare a little bit. I will prepare physically, because 3 days, 4 days, and that seat, tournament seats, it's hard. So I'm gonna work some out. Maybe I go to the gym, and I will come back fresh, to make the final table again.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much for joining me, man. Congratulations on your run, and we'll see you back here for the main. See you guys back in the studio.
What a gentleman. Do you know what I noticed in that interview, Henry?
Go on.
In the background, right? You know that 7-3 that Richie was firing on? Remember the twos limped on the button?
Yeah.
And he check around.
Yeah.
He fired turn with
Yeah.
7-3.
Yeah.
Shilko called, and then he fired again, took down the pot. He showed the 7-3.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he showed it.
All right.
It was on the big screen just in the background of that interview.
He's getting a bit out of line. He's showing the bluffs now. Things haven't been going his way, and, you know, yeah, one thing gets through.
Lombardo has missed his flush, but Vincent has made his. Oh boy. Oh, ouch. He's just doused petrol on his chips. Got the matches. They have ignited. Vincent. I think he just calls Henry.
I just call.
He does. He's like, just cool.
I mean, Lombardo makes a move on Vincent. And now look at the state of play. Vincent Denev was hanging in by his fingernails a couple hours ago. Now up to 12 million. Simone Lombardo. A little bit of a misstep. But you're always going to get that with a player like Lombardo. He's plays fast, he's an action player. And it's just part of his game. Now, what is Daniel doing here, Henry? Can you explain to me?
I think it's to do with the microphone, the
Oh.
RFID card.
Okay. I believe you. Shilko. Bottom of the pile. Blinds 300k. And Shilko sitting on 23 300Ks. Vincent, 12 million. Oh, look at this. Vincent Denev opened light on the button. And Andrea Ricci, massive 3-bet with the 6-3 offsuit. Henry, you get the feeling that
things are heating up.
Well, it's business as usual for Richie.
It's like yesterday, you know, like it was really chill, and then all of a sudden,
it just kicked
street
off,
poker
yeah.
started getting played. Yeah. This could be very interesting. Hour or so.
Vincent under the gun, pocket nines, 11 million stack. Big blind 300k. 600 minimum raise. He had a very bad experience with this hand some time back. Lombardo, 10-3 in the bin, and now the chippy. Andrea Ricci gives that one up. Shilko, let's go. Vincent back up to 12 million.
Ah, okay, yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
Username saying if you have a hand in the big blind, you take more than 2 seconds to bet. Yep. I mean, That's true, but when you've got Jack 7, can't really do much yourself.
Lombardo under the gun. Pocket 5's always going to be opening. 600. Minimum raise. Shilko. King Jack. Opportunity knocks. 23 bigs. Fact, he's less. $21 bigs behind.
Good 3-bet fold this. 20 bigs deep. Make it like 5.5 bigs. You don't even need to go that big. Out the small 1 stacks of this shallow and ICM implications of this heavy.
All in.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Do that as well.
Lombardo asking for a count, but he's not interested, Henry.
Not calling.
Pocket 5s.
Not for 21, maybe for 15, but.
Of course, if he could see his hand, he'd snap him off.
What do you mean, snap him off? If he could see King Jack?
Yeah.
No.
I think he would.
Why?
Well,
because if that's the case, then he would like snap him off if it's Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10. It's the same thing.
Okay, that's okay, but he can't see that hand. I'm saying if he can see his hand, King Jack, that he's a 51% favorite.
Right.
He's already money invested. He's getting more.
No.
He's getting it. Okay, are you genuinely telling me that he wouldn't snap him there?
I am genuinely telling you that Shilko could have showed his hand and given him a 3 big blind discount and he still wouldn't have called.
Yeah, but mathematically that's the wrong move.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. Okay, just
because
say
it's not just straight up maths. It's ICM. There's like a lot more advanced math that comes into it.
Yeah, okay. But if he was to do that 100 times out of 100, he'd be skint on the rail.
No, he wouldn't.
Of course he would.
No, because
he's folding every time. He's giving away 3 bigs.
If he jams 100 times in a row, yeah, sure, 100 out of 100 times, but they don't jam 100 times out of 100. You take down the blinds a decent amount of time. The big blind defends a decent amount of time. You cooler someone a decent amount of time. Like, when you get jammed on for 21, you just fold.
I think if I have my opponent out chipped, I raise, he jams, I have him covered, and I can see that it's 50-50 or I'm a very slight favourite. I am 100 times out of 100 calling. Good luck. Why would I not?
I don't know. Stack preservation, ICM.
Good luck. Good luck.
Making sure that you stay 2 of 4 so you can continue to apply pressure to 3rd and 4th.
Henry, you have turned into a complete nit.
I haven't. It's called ICM, man. Like, it's a real thing.
What is good? Have you been playing online, have you?
Oh, my goodness. Ever saying run some sims on HRC, even with ICM?
Vincent.
7.
In the small blind, you'd expect him to have a piece of this. He does. Gets the pot awarded to him. Lombardo now down to 10 million. And Vincent up to 12 million.
Turn, bet, call. Turn, check, bet, call. River, check, check.
Anton saying Henry nip VPIP 15 online playing out. I wish I was a nip, bro.
Shilko under the gun. 7.5 million stack. This is Vincent.
600.
What a comeback for Vincent. A massive flip he lost left him with less than 10 big blinds. Average stack was 37 bigs at the time. Lombardo really is an action player. Most of the activity coming from this seat all day. Small blind, queen 9.
Vincent must be getting sick of this. He does let it go. What about Jack 8? 12 million. I mean,
10
you
million,
can't
yeah?
3-bet every button versus, or every big blind versus button spot, but I guess you can.
12. There's something.
Still 12 big blinds. It's
Easy defend.
Good shot for Richie.
Io ho cercato.
Top pair for Vincent. Check, check. King of the turn.
Yeah, nice check back from Vincent. Want to have some top pairs in our check back range, and this one makes sense.
Check.
Good like B33 here. It's for a bit of
8.
protection. He goes bigger.
Snap fold from Andrea Ricci. And Vincent, very close to Ricci in chips. He's sitting on 13 million. Ricci has been the chip leader for the entire final table.
Yeah, it's been a good return from break for Vincent. Came back with like 2.5, 2.7 aces against ace queen, and then ever since then, just been chipping away. Lombardo stepped out of line against him.
Four players fighting for that gold ring and €247,000. Vincent with the Jack 9. This is Lombardo with the Queen 3. Jack 9 for Richie in the small blind position. It's in the 300k total. And now Shilko in the big blind. Looks like he wants to raise Henry. Sitting on
Yeah, Shilka going to be mixing, balancing his 3x range here. He's going to have the stronger parts of his range that want to do this, and obviously the trashiest parts, like 10-5-0.
Well, Richie snap calls here. This is interesting. Richie just not believing him. Out of position, Jack 9 off. He hits second pair, but surely Richie is concerned about that ace, given that Shilko raised pre. So check, bet incoming, and then, I don't know, Richie with a decision. He probably goes for one street, Henry.
Yeah, you're going to continue small with range here. Ace 9-4 hits us more than it hits Andrea. Going to get a bunch of folds, decent amount of time, and then also going to have, you know, hands that call one street but struggle to realize over 3. 3.1 in the minute. 3.1 in the middle, sorry. 5.8 behind.
Shilko picks up a good shot. So 3 is good. Long it is 10, of course.
Yeah, nice hand to continue barreling with here. Unblocking clubs, pick up some equity, so it's not a 0 equity type barrel. Also our range as well, you know. Our range is performing really well on this board. Andrea shouldn't have like 3-5, shouldn't have 4 deuce, 9-4, 9 deuce. It's going to have, you know, king 4, queen 4, as well as 9-7, 9-8, all those hands that we unblock. We get to apply a ton of pressure on. He's going to fire.
This is going to be too strong for Richie. Andrea Richie. Limped, Jack 9. Shilko raised. Richie continued. Check call flop, all very reasonable.
Cool.
Oh boy, this is massive. And, I mean, Richie is just not convinced. Shilko has to shut down now. Andrea Richie has the strength of character, and he checked blind. 8 on the river.
Yeah, snap check from Andrea. I mean, you get here, right? 10 high.
Well, he's dug a hole for himself, but I think he just has to put on the handbrake. I mean, 9-8 for sure is a hand that Richie can have.
I think you have to go for it here. You have to pull the trigger. Bottom of range. Told a very convincing story. Pre-flop, flop, turn. And I think we just have like one of the best hands that we can.
Oh man, he's done it, Henry. You called it. Richie. Big decision. This is massive.
Sicko.
Richie is check, call, flop and turn. I mean, this guy is super strong, Richie, in these situations. I mean, I'm just thinking back to yesterday against the Kaiser. Did he say call?
He did indeed.
And that's the end of tournament for Shilko.
Wow. Makes the call with the Jack 9. Andrea Ricci now with a stronghold on this final table. Half the chips in play, 3 left. And well, another 4th place finish for the young Belarusian.
Look how disappointed he is. Absolutely gutted. How strong was that river call?
That's a sick hand and a sick call, sick bluff. I loved it all.
Oh, vieni. Il call così li fai te, eh?
And then there were 3.
Eh?
A player from Belarus. Well, he just took off with the 10-5. I just couldn't put the brakes on. I'm really impressed with this guy. I'm really impressed with that river call. That was just incredible. It took huge strength of character. Andrea Ricci back to 23 million. He was there before, 22.5 million he reached. So this is his peak. 50% of the chips in play. And it's an Italian affair, 2 Italians and a German in the top 3. It's Lombardo. He's 3rd in chips.
Hey guys, welcome to the sideline reporting here at the World Series of Poker Circuit main event final table. Unfortunately, we have lost one of the fan favorites and someone that has blessed our screens with some world-class poker over the last couple of days. it is Alex. Alex, unfortunately, history has repeated itself for you, another fourth place finish, but after that wears off, surely another world-class performance is going to feel pretty good after a couple of days. How are you feeling with your overall play so far, today?
Firstly, thanks for kind words. I really appreciate it. You know, it was a nice experience. I liked how the main event went for me. I had a short stack, like 10 to 20 big blinds all the second day, surviving till the ITM. So I made it, and I just like, okay, let's try it. And then I spin it up. So I can't ask for more. Definitely it's frustrating because I wanted to have a six-figure score, but that's how it is in poker. You go for it, and sometimes you lose it.
That is how it is in poker. I mean, hopefully the six-figure score, not too elusive, maybe just round the corner, as you have bagged yourself a ticket worth 10,000 euros into that World Series of Poker Europe main event. Just so you know, I mean, over 200 qualifiers into that 5 million euro guaranteed prize pool, so it is going to be a big one. What are your plans leading up until then? Are you going to be going home, studying, preparing for that, or are you going to be playing mostly up until then?
I think I will live my normal life. I have plans to go to Cyprus, to the Millions, and then I will just play online, live my life, and then just come back and fighting with the best players, you know.
Fantastic stuff, man. Honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to just see the way you've been playing. It's visible that since your last score here in 2019, you've continued to put in work, you've continued to put in effort in your overall game. And look, fourth place, it hurts, but another great result. And I personally have a pretty good feeling about a very bright future in the poker world for you, man. Congratulations once again, dude. Guys and girls, fourth place finisher, Alex, going home with, well, a ticket and over 70,000 euros. See you guys back at the studio.
Another quality interview. And he certainly did go for it.
Now or... Okay.
But he ran into Richie. And called him down on every street. Vincent, small blind, ace deuce. 3 remain.
900.
So that is the chip count graphic, you see. 150. 300k is the blinds. About 150 bigs in play.
There's no deal possible.
No deal possible? Before, because 2 weeks ago, the same. We make a deal, we ask for a deal in the WSOPC. No, I finished it second. In the WSOPC. No, infatti è il secondo che mi gioco. Nemmeno sbaglio. Mi tocca mettere un minuto per fuori.
Richie looking to do some business, but no deals allowed. Play for the win. Simone Lombardo facing button raise from Vincent, and Lombardo with another 3-bet. Looks to be around the 1.8 million. 150 small blind. Posted by the chip leader, 50% of the chips in play. And this is the big blind, Vincent. Lombardo on the button with the 10 deuce off, playing about 10 million. Average stack is 15, 45 million in play.
Check.
Richie limps in. Vincent checks his option.
That's in.
All three players guaranteed 115,000. I mean, it's just incredible payout. All guaranteed 6 figures. What a tournament. What a score. And it could get a lot better. There's 247,000 euro up top. And of course the gold ring. That's the monster stack. Half the chips in play. Andrea Ricci, what a call made against the young player from Belarus.
You have the 9 million, 10 million? 10, about 10, okay.
Vincent just getting a handle on exactly what the state of play is. Richie with 23 million. Vincent with 13 million. And then we have Lombardo with about 9.5 million behind. Limp from Vincent. Lombardo checks. Going to go to a flop. Well, paired an up and down straight draw for Vincent. Doesn't get much better than that. Lombardo won't be continuing. So 150, 300,000. Still about 20 minutes, I reckon, left in this level. Still plenty of blinds out there.
Six.
Lombardo with the Jack-9 suited.
3 million.
Richie pulls the trigger. 3 million. Vincent open on the button with the 4s. He's just got to let this go.
Penso che mi sa che folda.
And Lombardo, I expect, will be snap folding also. Well, Vincent considering his options, but small pair. Got to bin this. Additional 2.4 million. Always the possibility, Lombardo. Scrapping with a big pair. Richie in control. 24 million. There's just about 45 million in play. That's Lombardo. Third of 3. Vincent second in chips, but good distance between him and Richie. It's Richie directly opposite the dealer. All 3 players guaranteed 6-figure payout. Good shot from Lombardo. Flush draw for Vincent. See the equity there, exactly even.
$1.3 million.
Check raise from Vincent. Lombardo. He's got a problem here. Can't continue. Ace high. No club.
Show the ace of clubs. Show the ace of clubs. Queen of clubs. Queen of clubs.
Vincent showing the queen of clubs.
$600.
Vincent has hit top pair, up and down straight draw for Lombardo. Vincent bets 400k. Top pair. Lombardo calls, needs to hit a queen or 7. Well, gets there, hits his straight. 2.9 million in the pot. Lombardo with just above a 2 times pot bet behind in a stack. Vincent will be checking. And he'll be calling a lot of bets here. Of course, depends on the sizing. Now to act, Simone Lombardo, who you see in the right hand side of your screen. Queen on the river gives him the nuts. Great feeling. $2 million. Look at this snap call from Vincent. It's going to be second. Puts in the money he owes. Full 2 million. Bet on the river from Simone Lombardo, who's now back up to 11 million. Vincent down to 12, and then we have the massive chip leader, Andrea Ricci. That's Lombardo. Vincent in your screen. The big blow. Still 12 million.
Down to 3, hey, Vincent.
We are certainly down to 3 after losing the young player from Belarus, Alex Shilko. Vincent, just after taking a big hit, both players just giving the chip leader big advantage here for Richie. Given the pay jumps, like there's 115 for third, and then there's like 156 for second.
Yeah, it's getting pretty huge.
And then like it's close to 100 grand between first and second in the difference.
Yeah, really, really sick spot.
For viewers just tuning in, you're watching the final table. 3 players from a starting field of 912 entries. This event started actually last Friday, day 1A. Day 1B Saturday, then Sunday, day 2. Yesterday was day 3. Today's Tuesday, right?
It is, mate. I know
Get
how
confused.
you feel. I know how you feel, mate.
It's like, how long has this been going on? Well, on paper it says 4 days. Vincent with the 6-5, and he flops a piece of this. He has the gut shot in the backdoor diamonds, and Lombardo with a set. Vincent checks. These guys have really been at it. I wouldn't be totally surprised to see Vincent make a move here.
Yeah, quarter pot. Lombardo.
Here it is, the check raise. And Lombardo just has to smooth call. Of course he is. In position. No other play, right, Henry?
Yeah, I hope so.
Looks back down, yeah. It is a set. Yeah, it's going to win. I've never seen a set getting cracked in my life in Hold'em.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't scare away his customer. It's in position as well. Give him a bit of rope.
Ah, nice. Smooth calling coming from Simone Lombardo, the Italian.
He just goes for the jugular right here.
Oh, wouldn't be a fan of that now. And the smooth call as expected. What? That's a raise, Henry.
No. Smooth call.
Okay, cool. Now, what is Vincent going to do? Because he's never going to hit a 7. It's not possible. Right?
Well,
King.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a turn card we slow down on. King, Queen of Hearts, King 10 of Diamonds, Ace King, you know, all those hands that like sometimes stab and call versus a raise with backdoors. We don't pick up any additional equity, and the King just isn't as good for our range as it is for Lombardo's. Shoemaker saying it's always coming 7. Well, hasn't yet.
Check.
Lombardo. That's difficult, isn't it, to check back here? Spades become a problem. Loads of straight draws out there. I don't blame him. Vincent has given up. That's about 1.3. About 30% pot size bet.
Yeah. Sizing down because of his hand, I guess.
I mean, there's always the chance that Vincent could check raise here, Henry. Surely not. 6 high. Tried it on the flop. Didn't work. Puts the handbrake up. Lombardo back into second place. These are the big value chips, the 100Ks. 45 million in play.
Love the shirt, by the way, Lombardo. Very silky smooth.
Blind still 150, 300,000. 150 big blinds in play, which would make 50 blind the average stack. 3 left.
Sì, sì.
Coming
Okay.
towards the end of this 150, 300k level. 3 outstanding players still in the mix. Lombardo starting to pick up hands. And he's got the right customer here. Himself and Vincent have been tussling quite a lot. Limp from Vincent with the Queen 7 suited, and now Lombardo. Want to raise it up. Looks big though. Close to $1 million. 950k, just too expensive for Vincent with the suited Queen. Limp folds, button moves. Lombardo takes down another pot. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. This is happening right now in Kings Resort. It's gold ring number 17 of 17 gold rings that have been awarded in the last month. And one of them players will receive €247,000 plus that gold ring. What a situation for these guys.
Yeah, great spot. 4 days in. Down to just 3. Over 900 entrants in this record-breaking main event.
Stavo dama 8. Queen 8.
Everyone guaranteed 6 figures. Max in the chat saying, what airport is best for going to Kings? A couple of options. Prague's about 90 minutes drive. 70 without traffic.
Depending on what kind of driver you get.
Yeah, can be done in 40 if you arrive at 3 a.m. Trust me, I've been in the back seat of a rocket.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm always
600.
nervous. Some of these young drivers are just, I mean,
they're not even young, mate. They're the old school guys. They're just bombing it. I love
chatting
it.
away to you, looking at you while they're driving at 170. And you're kind of going, please look at the road.
Yeah, it can be pretty fun sometimes. And then there's the airport that's like 45 minutes away, but I never remember its name. It's in Germany.
Nuremberg, no?
Nuremberg, that's it. Nuremberg as well. Those are the closest.
Did you mention Munich? You did?
Oh, I didn't. I mean, Munich's a drive, man.
Yeah, I've been going Munich lately simply because of the air service. Depends where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get direct flight, like at the right time to Munich, then cool. It's not much more than Prague. It's about 20 minutes more. But it does add up, I suppose, each way.
Yeah. Prague, Munich, Nuremberg.
Can always drive here.
A lot of people do, you know. A lot of people do.
I tell you one thing, always impresses me like, I'm always amazed at the cars parked outside Kings.
Yeah.
I'm just walking and I'm looking and I'm going, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get cars from, I mean, I've seen Switzerland, Holland, Belgium. These guys driving like 8-9 hours sometimes. A lot of the Italians drive here as well. Which I've always found interesting because the amount it would cost in fuel is always going to be pretty much close to the same price as an airline ticket would. But then a lot of them that I've spoken to, their main reason is just so that, you know, they can go to Prague for a day, they can bounce whenever they want to. This is going to continue here. At least one, 10-5-4 two-tone. King high currently good. Does not want to see a 7. That's for sure. He's going to fire. Vincent had managed to move his way up into second. It's not like this. It's like, oh, what? It's like 1.5 mil. It's like pot. Close to pot.
How much is it? 1.5.
He's sus. He is sus.
Shows the bluff.
As indeed.
Looks like a break, Henry.
I believe so, my man. Gonna come back. 3 players left.
So, turbo break. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes or so. Do join us for the final table. Final 3 players. Lines will be up to 200k, 400k. Back shortly. Do join us. Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet.
not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is exciting here. Does just call. That's some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know it'd be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgios. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgios, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgios. I mean, He's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip. 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgios. He makes the call, Henry.
Wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgios, both players with the same stack size. Ooh, 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
what a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now
Mr.
we have a player
Bond.
with a stack. 2.5 million.
Saliba from Brazil, 888 Poker Pro. Gonna need to win a flip. I mean, this is a fair start, right? Fair start to the live stream.
And why is the Italian flag beside Vivian's name, Henry?
I am not too sure, my man. Well, Queen high flop. Andrea now an 86% favorite to win this hand. Let's get a little turn sweat, a little 8 ball. That's not an 8. A jack and a jack only needed Saliba to send Andrea to the rail. No dice, Finton.
This is Youssef. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace-jack and decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace-king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the 10s, does pull the trigger, puts the 10s in, and we're going to see three-way action. Two players short, but Josef with the pair of 10s. Well, this is good for 10s, no diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Yusef. That's Yusef in your screen, all in with the 10s.
Yeah, huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. And well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Daniel on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Daniel eliminated. Now what a pot for Yusef.
Three players remain. You can see the names listed there. Vincent Deneuve sitting on just under 20 bigs. Simone Lombardo just under 40 bigs, and then the chip leader, Andrea Ricci, almost half the chips in play. Well, he does have half the chips in play.
Yeah. Yeah, only 110 bigs in play now, Finton. Price of poker going up, as is the money up for grabs. As is the money up for grabs, boys and girls. So, everyone guaranteed 104,000 euros and change, plus 10k seats into the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It's been an absolute privilege, as always, to call the action for such a prestigious event. Joining me in the booth over the last 3 days, what feels like, well, it's been a long 3 days, but the last 2 days kind of flown by, haven't they, because of all the action. It's been Finton Gavin and myself, Henry Kilbane. Appreciate you all keeping us company. I hope you guys stick around for the conclusion of this. It's one of those ones, Finton, that the styles of these players, it could be over in an orbit or it could go on for 3 hours. It just depends.
Well, I feel a bet incoming.
Oh God, here we go.
I mean, it's not going to last long. And one of the reasons is because of this guy here, Lombardo. He's just full of action. And Andrea Ricci, I mean, he can kick off as well. Six-5, good shot. Andrea with ace-8. Lombardo hits his 5, goes ahead.
Questo alla fine. Gioco standard, questo faccio blind. Se fai blind per forza.
Lombardo takes down the pot and he's got his stack up to 16 million above average stack.
Non posso cercare.
Vincent is the
Lo farei
player at risk here, the shortest stack.
Sto blind.
Well, I say he's at risk. They're all at risk, Henry. But Vincent Deneuve sitting on about 17 bigs.
Those pink chips brought into play, Finton. That's when you know you're there.
Lombardo picking up premium on the button here. Ace King.
Short stack in the big blind.
Always good for the action player to pick up a monster starting hand. Sometimes he just doesn't get credit for it. Oh boy.
What?
Ah, Vincent, my man.
What?
First misstep I've seen him make all day.
Dai cazzo, dai cazzo.
And he's going to get the maximum punishment for it.
Wow.
Dai, 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 dai,
I get why he's done it, Henry.
Dai, 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 dai,
Lombardo
dai, dai.
continually raising his blind. And look at this. Lombardo can't believe the situation he's in. All the money over the line. He's going to go heads up. If Ace King holds, look at Vincent. He just knows. He goes, oh boy, my timing. How do I do this?
Wow.
He's played brilliant all day, Vincent. We picked him out from yesterday's stream.
Asso di cuori.
Real good temperament. But he's on the ropes. 5 and 5 only.
Not how I thought this was going to finish for Vincent.
Oh boy.
Well, well, well. How about that?
Italy versus Italy. And both players pretty close in chips.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's coming Rome, boys and girls. It's coming Rome.
Vincent Deneuve will pick up a very handsome paycheck. Huge score. Really good game. Great performance. Absolute gentleman, but Henry, I don't think it was ever in doubt who would be here. I never doubted it for a split second. Andrea Ricci and Simone Lombardo.
Nei BVB mi comporto bene. Però
Thoroughly deserving
non ero nello spot, non ero concentrato, quindi non lo so come l'hai vissuto.
of their place here. Heads up.
Ma io posso andare in bagno, sì, c'è una pausa. Vabbè, tanto penso che mi aspettano per
Lombardo actually has the chip advantage. I mean, for the first time in the final table, Ricci goes behind in chips and it's heads up.
Italy versus Italy. Who would have thought?
They really have a great community of Italian players that visit the resort.
That's very true. That's very true. Every event.
Huge. I mean, always Italian.
Vivian Saliba from Brazil, 888 Poker Pro. Gonna need to win a flip. I mean, this is a fair start, right? Fair start to the live stream.
And why is the Italian flag beside Vivian's name, Henry?
I am not too sure, my man. Well, Queen high at flop.
Andrea now an 86% favorite to win this hand. Let's get a little turn sweat, a little 8-ball. That's not an 8. A jack and a jack only needed Saliba to send Andrea to the rail. No dice, Finton. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This is Youssef. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Daniel, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace-jack, and he decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace-king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the tens, does pull the trigger, puts the tens in, and we're going to see three-way action. Two players short, but Youssef with the pair of tens. Well, this is good for tens, no diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Youssef. That's Youssef in your screen. All in with the tens.
A huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. And well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Daniel on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Daniel eliminated. Now what a pot for Youssef. right around to Eyal in the cutoff, who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
right, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean, can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Well, hello, King Kong.
Someone say pocket kings.
14k. Radislav.
Wow, what?
Whoa.
This is
what is going on? Oh man, this is unbelievable stuff.
What?
I mean, Radislav, I'm not understanding this flat call. I mean, okay, free bet. Perhaps I might get with it, but what a situation for Josef, who now looks down at aces. I mean, Eyal is screaming for action, but little does he know that this is a serious situation. In fact, both stacks look very similar. There's no escape.
Yeah, a really sick spot, obviously. It's cold as it comes pre-flop. Guess Radislav just frustrated, hasn't really managed to get involved at all since he joined, but I mean, he's only played like an orbit. Interesting to note that 9-5 suited flat from early position. Eyal in trouble. It's an interesting one as well, because Youssef has been pretty snug pre.
Well, I mean, Eyal never getting away from this snap call from Youssef. Eyal in desperate shape here.
A couple of clubs.
Clubs helps, for sure. So running clubs, or that king of spades that's still in the deck. 8% Eyal.
I love that shot from the camera team,
Class.
by the way.
Absolutely class graphics from our production team, showing the two players that are all in. Deuce, end, well, I was going to say end of story. It's a one-outer King of Spades and King of Spades only needed for Eyal to survive. Doesn't happen. Well, it's brutal, isn't it, Henry? I mean, what can you do with kings? You just get your money in. Three players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. And Dario, he likes this check raise move.
Repass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check, 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. He's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33, 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though. Close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace king. You called it, Henry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, we are live from Kings Resort, World Series of Poker Circuit main event, and we are heads up. Italy v Italy. Lombardo v Ricci with 235,000 euros and change on the line. And well, we're pretty deep here, Finton.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting battle. I mean, it's the difference between second and first. It's colossal, like. And I mean, both these guys have form, particularly the gentleman you see on the right-hand side, Andrea Ricci. I believe this is his fourth cash of the series, and he was heads up in the 50 stack.
Wow.
For the gold ring, missed out.
So quite the series for him then.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. He's on form, and he really is a splendid player. He's very creative, and what I like about him is he's not intimidated. We had a situation yesterday when I mean, it all kicked off on that feature table. Like, there was 2 tables left, and Ahmad Akesi, who was the big stack, I mean, he really tried to dominate the table, but this man stood strong, and he came out the better in the end. And yeah, I mean, what can we say? Lombardo is a very worthy opponent. He was, for me, the most ambitious on this final table throughout the day. He certainly was the most active, and he really went for it, particularly against the young player from Belarus, Alex, who, like, I mean, Alex, the wheels come off in the end. He fired every street against this man, Andrea Ricci.
7 raised 3,200,000.
But Ricci was strong enough to make the call. But it was this guy Lombardo who was hustling with the young Belarus player. And then once we got rid of Shilko, then it was Vincent Deneuve and Lombardo, who seemed to be consistently tangling against each other. And Lombardo raising with the ace-king. Surprised that we got a shove from Vincent with the king-5, but given the way things were unfolding, it wasn't the worst shove in the world, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, as you already mentioned, he'd been raising a bunch, and just bad timing to make a stand. Ran into it, dominated.
Raise.
It's king v king 5, but 104k in the back pocket. My Sunny Valley saying, lovely commentary, folks. Thanks. You are more than welcome. Appreciate you joining us for this record-breaking main event.
Viewers are, I mean, they're so kind this evening. Normally when I do this by myself, Henry, don't get that many compliments.
Ah, that's not true, mate. I've tuned in when you've been doing it by yourself.
PLO game?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I haven't tuned in for that one.
Go over it.
Yeah.
Comedy.
You've been, well, I mean...
Well, I'm playing No Limit Hold'em in my head.
I don't know, man. I've seen you in that 2-2 game.
Ah, Henry. When are we having this match ourselves?
I already told you. Anytime, any game, any stakes.
Guess I gotta go home, start building up my bankroll again.
We can keep it friendly.
Yeah.
Make it like a 5-game mix.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
5 games, yeah.
Cool. 7 full.
You're old school, so throwing some stud.
I'm not old school, Henry.
Some Raz, some PLO, some Hold'em.
I'm not old school, buddy. I'm old school.
Deuce 7 triple draw. You know what? I'll even throw in limit Hold'em for you, mate.
Really?
No. I don't have the discipline for limit Hold'em.
I was brought up in that crazy game.
I'm not disciplined enough. You're giving me 15 to 1 to call with third pair. Like, I can't do it. Odds this, odds that. Heads up. All the glory. Two pair for Lombardo. Leading out. Quick fold from his fellow countryman. And look how close it is.
Question in the chat, are they friends? I wouldn't have thought so. If I was to bet, I wouldn't say these guys are friends. But, I mean, when you go through a major tournament after days playing with, you know, other players, there is friendships that begin, Henry.
Yeah.
Bonds are made.
Yeah, I mean they've been chatting at the table. Well, Lombardo flopping second nuts, but in this spot, the absolute nizzles. Are we saying, are there going to be satellites for the upcoming WSOP Europe on GG Poker? There will be. Andrea with middle pair. I'm going to call at least one. Button limp. Gonna see a turn card, 2 mil in the middle. Offsuit 4 would be a disaster. Andrea as well as a jack, obviously. Well, second pair was good on the flop. That shouldn't change much. He goes big. Interesting one for Andrea. I feel like he has to call at least one more. Keep his man honest. Kind of semi-bluffs, obviously. Hearts, 9-7, 8-7. King 4. All of these hands that we're ahead of. And a spades on the river. All the draws bricking. I'd like for Lombardo to go big here, repping a very narrow range. Andrea shown today, doesn't like folding. I think he might call this off, you know. There it is, makes the call. Straight. We have a chip leader, boys and girls. Lombardo, 2-1 chip lead.
That is massive.
Still very deep here. 2-1 chip lead, but Andrea still very comfortable, 38 bigs. He's saying so dumb not to deal. Gonna flip for 100k. I mean, they're not. But thank you for your comment. Hard to flip when the heads-up match starts off 60 bigs effective.
Check. 7 bet 400.
Lombardo in pole position. Richie, I mean, playing heads up for a gold ring just a couple of weeks ago. Misses out. Once again, heads up.
There's the money.
How much is there, Henry? Well, these are 5k bricks, right?
800.
10 bricks would be 50k.
Are there any hundreds in there at the bottom?
Okay, that's what probably they are. Stacks of hundreds now.
Whatever it is, I wouldn't mind taking that briefcase back to bed with me.
7 bet 6.
Back home.
What about through the airport, Henry? What happens? Someone taps you on the shoulder and says, "Excuse me, sir, can you come to this room?"
Yeah, I've had that a couple of times. It's intimidating first time round. Second time, just like, you know, you have all your paperwork and whatnot. Although, I will say, people that voted for Brexit, you can rot. It's been harder and harder travelling through Europe this year.
Well, it's okay on a British passport. Okay.
Oh, mate, every
yeah.
time I show the British passport
I
now,
know,
it's
I got
just
that vibe. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like there's a cold war at the moment between Europe and Great Britain.
I mean, I haven't lived in the UK for years. I need to sort my...
Why don't you get an Irish passport, Henry?
Yeah.
You have an Irish name.
I should have done that.
Put down my address.
Should have done that straight after Brexit,
fact,
to be honest.
I know one of the lads that can help you with a passport.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sì,
And
buono?
he takes cash, it's not a problem.
Jesus Christ.
9.
Sì?
9-7 off.
Buono, Fanta buono. Sì, è vero.
2-1 chip advantage for
No, era quello
Lombardo. 110 bigs in play. Yeah, I mean, I flew from Ireland to England, no problem.
Yeah.
England to Ireland, absolutely no problem. Okay? I flew from Dublin to Paris, Dublin to Prague, Dublin to Munich, absolutely no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised. It was like they were almost saying, you know, you're welcome. Like, let's, you know, we're open. The vaccination thing was checked, not all the time. And even when it was checked,
Yeah.
I got the vibe where it wasn't really that important.
Yeah.
You know?
I had the same.
Then what happened was I booked a flight via Stansted from Prague to Dublin. So I'm going Prague, Stansted, Dublin. Okay?
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward, yeah. I got my vaccination, double vaccinated. Got my COVID cert. Filled in the locator form, the UK locator form. And I'm at the airport, I queue up and they say, this is not acceptable in the UK. I say, what do you mean? They said, this vaccination that you got is not UK approved.
Right.
And I'm like, Moderna
Yeah.
is not approved.
Right.
You having a laugh?
Yeah.
Like,
So what happened?
I couldn't get the flight. They wanted a PCR test on the spot, or go and get a PCR test, which obviously
Wow.
didn't have time to do.
Wow.
So then I'm stuck in the airport, so I book a flight via Paris, right? And I fill in the locator form for Paris, and it was I mean, they didn't even check, like. Because I'm going to Ireland via Paris.
Yep.
Like, just...
No issues.
So there is definitely something going on between the UK and Europe. I'm not sure what it is.
Times are tough. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough, but what can you do?
What you can do is get an Irish passport.
Can. I'm gonna maybe hold you to that.
Actually, do you know what? Being Irish is a huge advantage because there is that agreement with the UK. Plus, Ireland's in the EU, so we
Yeah.
have best of both worlds.
Oh, you do, yeah, definitely. Yeah, no shadow of a doubt.
That is Richie. Chip leader for most of this day, but he's second best at the moment, Lombardo, in control. Richie with the Jack 9 on the button. Min raised to 800k. Lombardo with the 8-4 clubs makes the call. Top pair for Andre. Simone has the gut shot. Looks like a check raise. It's not going to work, Simone. Andrea Ricci. Top pair.
Watch. 2-7.
$5.5 million in the pot. Richie with 12 million behind. Barda with the check raise. I love this smooth call from Richie.
Sorry.
Giving Lombardo room to just blast off again on the turn. 6 will be super sick. King of clubs.
These kids love it. Check raising with gut shots, eh?
Lombardo doesn't strike me as though he's going to shut down here, Henry. I think he's going to fire again. And Richie with just 9.5 million behind. 7.5 in the pot. Who knows how big Lombardo goes.
3-4.
I love this. 2 Italians heads up and the floor puts in an Italian dealer. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, why not, right?
Why not, mate? Makes it easy for everyone.
Lombardo gets the news, and that brings Andrea Ricci up to 20 million. Lombardo on 25.
No, ci vado tardi.
So it's Italian only now on the table.
Italian only.
Simone Lombardo still with a chip advantage on the button here. Jack 7. 25 million. Line still 200,000, 400,000.
Ce l'avevo prima, Ce l'avevo prima,
Io con incasso.
Immaginavo, tipo, pensavo 4-6. Sì, non posso più far call in quel pot lì. È mega pot. Call.
It's gonna get dicey. Andrea completing from the small. Both players flopping a pair.
And Lombardo's ace is well disguised here with the check pre-flop after Ricci limped in.
Wow, what a turn card.
This is going to be a big pot. I mean, he's the nut 10 here,
Yep.
Ricci. There's no way he's putting Lombardo on an ace. No chance.
Love to see a check raise here.
Lombardo could go for the lot and he would get it. Now a spade would help Ricci slow down. Overcard to the 10.
Yeah, bit of an action killer. I like Lombardo's going to lead here.
Ricci goes small, 1.3. Yeah, I mean, he just resigned himself to calling. Don't know, does he get called with a raise? And Ricci won't feel too bad about that hand. That could have got so big
Really
on that
good.
turn.
Yep, I agree.
I mean, the way it was played, King 10 suited limped, I was surprised. Ace checked.
Yeah, yeah, check raise on the turn to like 4 mil.
Ricci's putting it in, surely.
I don't know if he's like putting it in, but he's calling at least, right?
Calling,
And then,
sure, yeah.
and then evaluating river. I mean, it's a tough one. Maybe just leveling himself, thinking that Andrea has traps there. From what we've seen so far, I don't think he does.
Lombardo with a sizable lead once again. 28 million. Ricci with the 9-8 suited in the big blind position. Lombardo. Top pair. Good shot. For Richie. 5 on the turn. Nine high isn't going to call this value bet from Lombardo, but it will take his chip lead. Almost double his opponent's stack. 29 million versus 16 million.
2-1 again after a slight misstep with the 8-4.
Blind still 200k, 400k. Viewers just tuning in, you're watching Heads Up at the World Series of Poker Circuit main event here at Kings Resort. First prize is close to €247,000. Andrea Ricci on the button with the Queen 9 makes it 800k, and Simone Lombardo, well, this is action. This is huge, Henry. Flush draw for Lombardo.
Wow.
Pair and a flush draw. Richie.
Wow, that's a big
top
C
pair.
bet as well.
This is going to be massive.
60%.
Lombardo facing 1.2 million. This is a check raise. I think it goes in, Henry. If not on this street, certainly on the turn. Richie might just smooth call with top pair here.
People in the chat saying last hand. Well, it will be. Lombardo finds a heart.
Richie, I love this.
50 anche.
Wow.
Top pair just letting Lombardo fire again, but if he hits a heart, it's over. King of clubs, 11 million in the pot, just a pot size bet behind for Andre Ricci. Lombardo shuts down. What happens here, Henry?
5 million?
5 million announced. 100 starting stacks.
Il resto? Come? 2, 4, 5.
Getting the count.
6.5 left.
Taking the glasses off for the first time today as well.
Poco meno di 6.
Poco meno di 6?
Sì.
E molli. Olin.
Well,
wow.
He's committed. Richie is committed. There's no chance he's going to fold here. He's not going to be moved off this hand.
This
Top.
is strong though. Like
It is
check
strong.
jamming.
Yeah, it's a check raise. But he's too much in, Henry, for sure. Like
Check raise on the flop. Check jam on the turn.
Lombardo just relieved he didn't hear the insta call from Richie. Richie has made some really good calls throughout this final table. In fact, even thinking about yesterday's stream, there is the call as expected. And Richie 2-1 favourite to survive.
Jack X cuori? Ma Jack 8 cuori?
So Lombardo
Ti ho fatto
has
polarizzato su quella mano
two
lì.
pair draw,
13.
flip draw,
It is a nice call.
flush draw,
14 outs. Going once. Too many outs?
and he jack, and he 8, and he heart. Andrea Ricci all in for his tournament life. First time we've seen Richie all in, is that right?
Posso callare. Se devo giocare non posso solo callare.
Puoi ribettare.
Devo ribettare, sì.
First time we've seen a showdown with these two.
Non penso che fai tutta quella bomba.
Hasn't taken long, to be fair.
Ho idea di far check e shove, ma non penso che fai tutta quella bomba. Ormai.
Sweaty river card.
Yes!
No dice.
Massive. Absolutely massive. Lombardo doubles up. Andrea Ricci once again becomes a massive chip leader. 33
Se c'è
billion.
qualche 7-6 di fiori fai la stessa cosa. Betterai tu call. Cioè non è che... O lì non lo fai.
Non lo so, forse faccio 6
C'è chi dietro?
Sì. Sì. Sì, perché veramente penso che hai quella roba lì.
Ma se
E quindi
quella roba lì
ma
tu,
la posso, la
tu
posso-
pensi che io la betterei spesso invece di check e shovarla. Quella roba lì tu spesso pensi che io la betterei spesso anziché check e shovarla. Ne sento.
Anche la tua è una bella mano. Perché comunque lo fai con equity.
It's not often you see this at an international event, like two players from the same country.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Yeah, that's true.
And the English only rule, of course, not applicable, given that nobody's at a disadvantage, right?
I mean, I understand it from just like the production side of things, though, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's.
But I'm the same as you. Like you got two Italians, heads up. Let them talk Italian, you know.
I mean, it's all about the players.
Yeah.
And like, I think it's only fair and reasonable. I think it's a pretty good decision from the TD and the Tillman to allow it, given that the two of them are fluent Italian. In fact, I'm told one of them doesn't have that good of English, so that it makes a ton of sense.
That does make sense. I think also like the reason they're so strict with the English is just because Andy wants to be able to obviously monitor what's being said, just in case anything that shouldn't be said is said, you know. But yeah,
Very well pointed out, Henry. Absolutely. No one's at a disadvantage by these two guys speaking Italian because there's no one else there, right? Different story, of course, when our third place player was still alive, Vincent Deneuve, the German. Unlucky in the end, but well, I guess the shove was questionable with the King 5. Yeah, I suppose for the viewers who can't speak Italian, it's not great, is it?
I mean, we're here, keeping them entertained, keeping them company. Someone in the chat saying, Richie said he imagined Lombardo have those types of hands, like flush draw on a pair or something. Appreciate the translation.
La rifarei 1000 volte, quindi. No, dico.
Ci sta. No, comunque io non è che.
Ah, vabbè, a parte l'equity.
Detto perché penso che puoi anche passarla quella mano. Cioè.
Lo so.
Big old pot. Came in as chip leader. Hand number 3 of the day. Collided with second in chips. Eliminated second in chips. And then pretty much played sailing from there. Although I say that, a couple of hiccups.
Nel
along the
dubbio se
way.
la faccio bet shove se cambio qualcosa.
Cambia.
Non è facile per te. Se faccio check and raise bet shove per te non è facile.
Se shove anche al TAR?
No, al TAR non ho shove. Tanto uno show.
If it's
Invece
Lombardo,
è più strong ancora.
said if he's supposed to rebarrel that part of the range, he claims that the check raise is stronger. I agree. I think the flop check raise, turn check raise is so nutted. But the question is, like,
Se mi fai bet shove è strong.
is he check raising like 9-8 twice? Is he check raising like 8s or 3s twice? It normally ends up being those types of hands that you see in the double check raise line.
Raise.
Tough to balance with the stronger parts of the range.
Come? Ah, li ho già messi? Quanto giochi? Tipo 10?
Ah sì, aspetta, lo dico su. Sì, 10, 11, 11 e qualcosina.
Cool.
Lombardo with the min raise on the button with the Jack 9. Richie, Ace 10 of diamonds. Richie makes the call. Lombardo flops 2 pair. Richie be sticking about for at least one street, you'd expect.
Yeah, under-repped his hand pre. Two overs, backdoor diamonds.
Interesting card. Full house for Lombardo, but I can see Richie calling certain sizes here. He's going to be checking, obviously, trying to get the showdown with his ace high. And he may feel ace good here quite a lot. So checking coming from Richie. Well, this is interesting. He's going for blocker bet. That's incredible. Pot size bet, Henry. What's going on?
Big.
He thinks he's good here, right?
Well, I don't understand why he would bet that big if he thinks he's good. I feel like it's a pretty good hand to just check call with.
Lombardo, of course, will be pulling the trigger.
All in.
I think this was a mistake from Richie. I was sure he was just check calling. Realizes equity with ace high. It's good sometimes.
3-1 chip lead becomes a 3-2 chip lead. Lapo saying it's not a donk bet since the turn goes check check. That is very true. It is a with a probe.
Furbacchione. Porca paletta.
Congrats
Porca paletta.
on
Non ce l'hai 8 e 9? Non ce l'hai 8 e 9?
understanding
Dai,
poker lingo.
una bella mano. Sei
You,
8
sir.
No.
What does he get, Fenton? Does he get any prizes?
Non ci credo.
I mean, the guy's an obvious
8 e 9 posso avere.
genius.
8 e 9 posso avere. Che
Ho
faccio?
sbagliato
Aperto
io,
tutto.
fa check fold.
I don't know what happened there, Henry.
Cool.
But Richie just donated 3 million.
sticker.
So Italy versus Italy. If you've just tuned in, this is the heads up at the final table of the WSOPC main event. We're playing for pretty significant money here. There's the matter of 247,000 that will be awarded to first place. 115,000 for runner-up. More than 130,000 difference between first and second.
$1,200,000.
Lombardo with the good shot, backdoor clubs. Winner Jack is good also. Richie shuts down. Lombardo up to 18 million, 27 million for Andre Ritchie, the chip leader.
Ho aperto io, ho aperto in BVB.
Could be here a while, boys and girls. No one getting too out of line other than that, you know, Jack 8 of hearts versus Queen 9 hand wasn't even out of line. Aces for Lombardo. The limp fold.
Asso? Walkie.
Pensavo che mi restituivi l'isolation di prima. Cioè, ti ricordi quello che mi ha limpato subito dopo che gli ho limpato io il bottone?
No, lo faceva però, ogni tanto lo faceva,
Sì, l'ha
limpava,
fatto?
sì. Veramente male.
Però-
Ha fatto 2 o 3 mani, cioè ieri ha limpato il PG a Sodama.
Sì, quello l'ho visto.
Capito.
66 plays 47. Even when the blinds go up, still be 45 bigs effective. Could be here for a couple of levels, boys and girls. Lombardo had 14 outs to end it. Couldn't find them.
Race 8. Scusa. Sono abituato nei tavoli. Heads up. Seven check.
pair, Richie. Gut shot on 2 overs. Richie's bottom pair for Lombardo. Julia asking for the commentators. Well, my name is Henry Kilmaine. And my co-partner, co-commentator, I should say, for the last 3 days has been none other than Irish poker legend Vinton Gavin.
Thanks for tuning in, Julia. You're watching a Italian heads-up battle here in the World Series of Poker circuit main event here in Kings Resort. Richie with 2 pair. Lombardo with the good shot.
Bet 1.7. So 5.
Lombardo shuts down. Misses everything. Richie takes a commanding chip lead once again, almost 2-1.
I was just saying, Finton, come out the booth and give the boys a wave. Go on, Finton, get out there, mate. How much would I have to give you to go and walk out there, pick up that ring, go, oh, this looks nice, and then walk back to the booth?
I mean, I just wouldn't do it. I don't care what you'd offer me.
Faccio la terza, me la fai
I wouldn't be a monkey. He joking me. Just wouldn't be appropriate. Boys are battling away there, playing for $250,000. And you want a randomer just to walk up there and...
Yeah, but you're not just a randomer though, Finton. You're Finton Gavin. Commentator. Legend.
Ma non prendo un cazzo.
No.
Cioè, non penso di fare uno con dama, però...
No, però
Not interested, Henry.
Gioco. 7 call.
So Lombardo, 15 million, 6-5. Big blind position.
Check.
Richie has limped in.
Heavy pair.
Lombardo, pair and a good shot. 6, 5 or 4. But Andrea Richie still in the lead here. Calls the bet from Lombardo. Pot size 650,000. Sorry, what am I talking about? 650,000 bet, 2.5 million pot, 5.
Flushes bricking, straight draws bricking. 9-8, 9-6, 8-6. Andrea might pay him off here.
7? Solo quello non voglio che hai.
Lombardo missed a bet.
E 5?
Yeah. He said 7. Andrea was like, yep.
Non si addrova il 7, non puoi fare altro. Invece che...
Sì.
Se c'è che presa, noi tanto non cambia nulla. English. Che sei draw.
So this blind level 200, 400 coming to an end. But plenty of play. There's a bunch of big blinds still out there. Richie, so dominant all day, massive stack. And Lombardo, who you see here on the button, really was the player creating all the action. Most of today's activity came from his seat. Not going to play the 10 deuce. Richie takes down another pot, sitting on about 30 million.
Check 2, yes.
About a 2-to-1 chip advantage.
10 sweet. Ok, 10 sweet. Sei stanco anche te, vero? Ah, fuori, ok.
Richie in a very strong form lately. This is his fourth cash of the series.
Veramente brutta.
Came very close to winning a gold ring in the 50 stack earlier in the series. Lombardo, senior screen, about 100k in live earnings, so he's going to be awarded a bigger payout today than his entire career put together. Queen Jack on the button, 17 million.
Raise 2.
Raise 8. 7 4.
Richie with the 8-6 of hearts in the big blind position. Makes the call, puts in the additional 400k. This is all pretty standard until both players connect. Top pair for Lombardo, second pair from Richie. So check bet call incoming from Richie for sure. Made a pair. Head here quite a lot. And if not, he can always hit 2 pair. It trips. Does have that funky backdoor straight possibility.
Check.
9 of spades on the turn. Straight draw
2.7.
for Lombardo to go along with his top pair. 2.7 million. Richie lets it go. Lombardo close to 20 million now. Very hard to separate these two guys, Henry.
I really enjoyed having them at the table, especially yesterday. I mean, Andrea was involved in some very fruity hands, to say the least.
Lombardo was actually on that table. I remember he was then moved. There was so many bust outs on the feature table.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, it was on the outer table.
Yeah,
there was bust outs. He was then moved Lombardo. But the action was crazy. It was Kaiser basically who was setting the tone. Then you had the young gun from Belarus, Alex Shilko, who was, I mean, he was involved in the crossfire quite a lot. You had Sammy Carley, Stinka. But it was all this man. And he came out on top, 10 million chip stack, chip leader coming into today's final table.
Blinds are up. 250, 500k. Well, that means Finton. Average stack now 45 bigs.
What does that mean, Henry, in layman's terms?
Well, there are now 90 big blinds in play. There are 2 players, so 90 big blinds divided by 2 equals 45, which would mean the average is 45 big blinds in layman's terms. Now, that doesn't mean they both have 45 bigs. I think Andrea has 60? 60 plays 30? Southline saying Forza Italia.
1 million.
So 90 minimum bets in play.
7 full.
This could be the level, Henry.
Could be.
Up and down, straight draw for Richie. King high good here though. Lombardo does not want to hit his straight. That would give Richie the bigger straight.
$3 million and a half.
3.5. Nice bet.
Nice bet announced.
So who's your money on, Henry?
Well, seeing as I've actually made a bet,
Yeah.
my money is on Andrea.
7 full.
Okay. Confused.
Well, because if he doesn't win, I owe you money. So.
Oh, what?
What?
Did you not bet on Shilko, no?
Did. Alex Shilko. That's
Okay.
right. Bet on him to win.
And he busted out in fourth.
He did. He did not win.
Okay. And I put my money on the 2 Italians.
You put your money on Vincent. Don't even try it, mate. I'll tell you what, man. After this trip, I don't think we'll be betting again.
I'm definitely on one of the Italians. I know that for a fact.
You, sir.
Which Italian am I on?
You know exactly which Italian you're on.
But like, you choose for me.
I don't need to choose for you.
I think I went with Lombardo. Am I right?
You did.
7 bet 1.6. 1.6.
So I'm free rolling.
1 million.
You are free rolling, yes. Everyone loves a free roll.
Okay.
I also charge 50 euros for private video messages, so I think I'm owed about 150 for those. So I think you're down either way, even if you win. I wonder if that was a fake cough.
Lombardo. Holds the 1.6 million.
That's a fun river.
Cos'è?
Doesn't follow through.
Passo?
I'm surprised at that.
2.6. 2,600,000.
Lombardo bet the river. So Lombardo check call turn, right? Then he came out betting.
I4 in bluff.
Takes it down.
Blinds, please. Yes. He bet 2.6. Oh, okay.
So heads up here in King's Resort. That's the situation. Not much separating these two Italian players. Simone Lombardo versus Andrea Ricci.
My Sonny Valley saying, wait a second, what about mandatory face masks? They are not mandatory in the Czech Republic. And to enter the casino, you need to either have proof of a negative PCR test or your vaccination documents.
How much do you play?
2, 4, 6, 8.
Exit saying, yes, they do. I was there last week. No, you don't. I've been in the Czech Republic for the last 3 weeks. I was in Prague, walking around. They do have signs in most places. But Starbucks, restaurants and whatnot, even some of the shopping centres.
1 million. Milione.
Raise 1,000,000, 7.
Richie on the button making it 1 million blinds, 250, 500,000. 90 big blinds in play. Lombardo with the 7-6 here in the big blind. There's the call as expected with 7-6 from Lombardo. We're going to go to a flop. Nine, 9-4. Lombardo checks, continuation from Richie. Lombardo lets it go. 18 million now for Lombardo. That's Andrea Ricci, the chip leader. Massive series for this gentleman. Several cashes. Runner-up in the 50 sack gold ring event.
17. 17.
17 is not his age, it's his chip stack. 17 million. It's the gold ring. We've seen one of them on Emile Bisset yesterday. The start of day 2. Bisset, the former winner of this particular event. All went wrong from Henry. Just couldn't get going in that feature table. But we'll see him back at the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That's on November 19th to December 8th.
1.1. 1,100,000.
3 million?
6-7 raised 3 million. 2 fold.
So several seats awarded in this particular event to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That's a 10,350 buy-in. Multiple live qualifiers for that event. It holds a 5 million guarantee, but already the resort here preparing for much bigger numbers.
1 million.
7 race 1 million.
Any viewers considering making the trip for that festival, do book your accommodation in advance. So Richie raises his button. Jack 6, 1 million to go. Lombardo, big blind, just black calls. So difficult to play these small pairs out of position. He's certainly continuing for at least one street. Check called 600k with the pocket fours. He is in the lead. 9 of diamonds on the turn. But Andrea Ritchie applying pressure once again, and
yeah, just relentless, man. Relentless. Seems to just find the aggression when it's needed.
good shot for Richie. Checks. Queen high for Lombardo. Top prize here, €247,000. Runner up, 156,000. This was a 1,700 buy-in. 1 million was the guarantee. 1.3 million plus was the eventual prize pool after 912 entries. Stumped up that 1,700.
Yeah, great to see records being broken here.
Milione?
7 race 1 million.
Although, to be honest with you, I feel like Kings have always had huge numbers.
Since the reopening in June, it's gone to another level for sure. That first event after lockdown, the grand reopening event, I think it was a 400k guarantee for like 250 by it, which was just
warm up.
It was like put on as a lost leader. Get, let everyone know we're back in business.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely smashed it. $500,000 in the prize pool. And every single guarantee has been smashed since, which is pretty crazy when you think of it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure every single guarantee was smashed, including this 1 million guarantee. Lombardo. Still good. Kings and tens.
Don't be a hero, Andrea.
That turn went check, was it?
Did indeed.
Lombardo missing out on a little bit of value, I think. He's been quality, he really has. He came out from the start of the final table. He came out to play.
Fuck.
There was no laddering up for Lombardo. He challenged every player throughout the day. Eventually, he dismissed of Vincent Denev, finished in 3rd place. It was Andrea who finished off Alex.
Bel
Belarus
timing.
player.
Già 2 volte che così understand.
These boys looking tired for the first time today. Glasses on and off.
It is a grind, but coming this far, you just want to go the whole way, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
$1 milione. Raise 1 million. Single fold. And change.
Insignificant raise and take. 2-to-1 chip lead for Andrea. They've both been in this spot before. I mean, Andrea was down to 12 million at one point.
Raise 1 million.
Raise 1 million. Seven fold. Check. 7 check. 2 bet 1.1. 1,100. 7 fold.
A quick dealer change. Been heads up for quite a while now. Hour and a half. Actually, probably a bit longer. I mean, we lost Vincent straight away.
It's almost 2 hours. But you did call it, Henry. Plenty deep. These guys, I mean, it's all about that title, isn't it? The money, yeah. I mean, it's phenomenal money. But the money does come and go. But that ring is going to be around for quite a while. always nice to have it on your mantelpiece.
Yeah.
To show your family and friends. Memento of your sensational achievement. Lombardo Czech balls with the ace-4. Those have the backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight. Ace-high, of course, good. A lot of times, that's a flush draw now. To go along with a straight draw for Richie. And he spade, and he 10, and he 9, and he 3. Two to one chip advantage for Andrea Ritchie. Pretty much the story of the day. Had a monster stack from early doors. Came here as chip leader with 10 million. Nearest to him actually was Sammy Carley. And both of them went to war. Andrea Ritchie flopped the full boat. Sammy Carley flopped trips. Check. An incredible explosion on the turn. All the money going in.
$138 hands ago that was. What a start to this final table. It's been action. Drea just calling with the kings.
Now you're going to see a bet from Lombardo. Ritchie.
What?
Checking to him twice. And just a smooth call.
Wow. What a river. 5.1 out there. If Andrea checks, could be all over. Blocks for small.
Now 3-1 chip advantage.
Could have been over.
Translate, Henry.
Said shit. That queen on the river.
Okay. So, Andrea Ritchie, big chip lead. This is Lombardo. Lombardo sitting on about 11 million. 36 million for Richie on the button here with the ace 3 suited. Just limps in, 500k is the big blind.
Yeah, first time either of these players have had sub 20. This heads up match. Andrea could just chip away slowly but surely, keep the variance low. Probably see a complete here from Lombardo now. Sub 20. Want to start implementing a pretty limp, heavy strat. Just open folds the 10-3 suited. It was a tad passive.
$1 million.
Wow, Lombardo now down to just 8 mil. Feels like he's, I don't know, facial expressions, body language. Feels like he's already conceded.
Lombardo, serious pressure. 16 big blinds.
Maybe into open jamming territory here. Although I'd like to see him implement a limping strategy. Nice.
Clean. Clean.
Conto?
Andrea making it 1.5. Lombardo with the snap jam. I mean, this could be it. 40% for Andrea if he calls.
No, sono in all-in io. No, non lo so se capita.
Andrea Ricci facing an all-in jam from
Poi era
Simone
essere
Lombardo.
scallato. Asso capone, hai asso K. 3 bui, ci dava 10. Lascio. Donna 10. Asso K? Non c'è asso K? No. Donna 10. scusa Yasmin, adesso dormo. Sono stanco anch'io. Sei stanchi anche noi, vero?
Please don't jam.
Race? No, 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 no.
So back up to 22 bigs for Lombardo, who's been down as low as 16 big blinds.
1,7.
Blind level here, 250, 500k. 45 million in play. That's 90 bigs in total on the table. Lombardo on the button, picking up some hands. King 9.
1 million.
Min raises the King 9. Andrea Ricci with the 8-4 suited. Put in the additional 500k. We're going to get a flop. All pretty standard so far. Ace 10 7. Check. Lombardo, you would expect to continue, but he checks back, but he hits a pair. But Andre Ricci with an up and down straight draw.
Check. Tremendo.
Andrea just clicking it back. This could work.
Questo è finto. Questo è finto. Questo è finto.
Non è finta.
È un progetto.
Semi bluff. 6-10? K-dama, K-G, quella roba lì. Dura chiamare. Sì, lo come fai a callare, dai? Immagino che saranno resi.
Nobody wants to finish runner-up.
Non so, non foldo comunque. A flop dici, non foldo.
It's a pretty dogged fight here for that gold ring and the cash. 247,000 first place payout. That includes the seat to the World Series, main event Europe, which really should be a smashing event, Henry. I'm really looking forward to it. We'll be close on 200 live qualifiers by the time it comes around. And I presume GG be running qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely.
You going to play that event?
No.
Okay.
You?
I'd like to.
Gonna flick it in? Flick in some size?
Played it a few years back. Lasted about 2 levels. It's like it goes on for a week, you know that?
Yeah.
I was like, I was gone after like. I raged in level 2 or 3.
You turbo flighted out.
And then, what's the Bulgarian player that used to play that?
Krasimir Yankov?
No. Go again.
1 million.
Simeon Naidanov?
Go again. Live player. Played here. I haven't seen him around in a while.
Stiana Breshkov?
Yes. No.
Right.
One again.
Don't tell me because I'll be able to figure it out.
Fair enough. You actually played cash games here as well.
Okay. Then maybe I don't know.
You do? Well, 1000% you know this guy. Absolutely 1000%.
Sammy came in 9th.
8 milioni.
Someone in the chat asking. Definitely know this guy, eh? Oh, big guy. Oh shit. Faradine. Ferryboat.
Mano da open foldare.
Could always be Oleg.
How come I don't see his name here? Unless the Bulgarians are absolutely crushing things.
Used to play cash here. I couldn't tell you, mate. Couldn't tell you. No, it won't be. It won't be Stefan Okaniki. I have like a couple of them that are in my head, but can't think of names at the moment. Ognian Dimov.
Is there a Russian player? Stoyan. No, it's not him. Casimir.
1 million.
This is driving me crazy.
This might go in. Ace 9, Queen 8. That's kind of cool. Lombardo down to just 8 mil.
C'è una bella mano, per flop. Scallavo se... Passo 9.
Dama 8.
What is going on out there? This is bothering you, isn't it?
I can't believe he's not. I thought he was high up in the money list. And I just can't find him. Anyway.
It's not Dimitar Danchev.
No. Used to play the cash games here.
Used to play the cash games here. I can think of a couple, but they're not really like professionals. What did he look like? You got a rough idea of?
Yeah, bald head, smallish.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
It was
I know.
I thought he was really high up in the money list.
No. He's a bit of a punter.
Okay, well, I was trying to get him off a full house, and he didn't fold. It's driving me crazy. Anyway, back to the action. Is it Tom Dwanski? Brilliant. Help me out, please, Henry. You know him.
No, I don't.
You do. Helmutski.
Vai.
Very funny, Bobic.
Hai chiamato 10 alta, adesso e dopo. Ti avrei voluto chiamare 10 alta,
Allora,
adesso e dopo.
allora splittiamo. Su 10 high anch'io.
Che cazzo sono senza stare?
There's the gold ring. There's the money. I mean, big heads-up match. Makes sense.
l'anello.
Right, I give up. About 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to ring you, Henry.
It's going to pop it to your head.
Yeah, 1,000%. There's nothing sure. I'm just surprised. I thought he was like in the top 10 money list.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, but
He was a real quiet guy.
Yeah.
Bald head. Used to play the cash game.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move on from that. Stick with the action here. Italy versus Italy. Queen 8 versus 8-7. Lombardo checks Andrea. Ricci limps in with the 8-7. So interesting. Lombardo top pair. Good shot for Ricci. Backdoor spades. 9 would give him a straight. Still plenty of interest in this hand. 21% equity. Now, double gutter. And he moves in.
Ma l'hai preparata?
5 would give him a straight. 9 would give him a straight. Lombardo. Top pair. That's the call. Going in. There's the call. There's the double.
Sei dama, sei dama.
Now. Bit of dodging to do here as we go to the river.
E 8.
Lombardo.
Con dama dai, non puoi passare.
Big advantage in the lead, but he's at risk because Andrea Ricci does have a straight draw, a double gutter in fact. 5 or 9. Top pair holds, and you can hear the rail.
X, 11x. No.
Adesso solo sopravventi perché ci sono gli anni.
5,375, 5.375.
No, devo dire, no, vai sopra 20x.
Adesso dovreste avere 12 milioni. No? No, gli altri? No, un po' di più, quanto hai? Forse anche di più. Che devo fare?
Mi sto divertendo, va bene. Mi sto divertendo, bene.
Se non hai dama passi, no? Magari cagli anche con 10, no?
Lombardo still fighting, 13 million. On the button here with the Jack 4 suited. Calls. Richie. With the raise, and Lombardo snap folds the suited jack in position. Richie just showing that little bit more aggression, but he's finding it difficult to finish Lombardo off. Crazy money up top here, €247,000. Nice for both players, guaranteed. The 104,359 cash. Nice 6-figure payday. And then that 10k ticket. Actually 10,350. World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That event scheduled, well, the festival scheduled for November 19th through to December 8th. Expect record numbers, that is for sure. Ton of live qualifiers for that event. Bottom pair here for Lombardo. Out of position, he's going to be faced with aggression as per usual, but he's going to check call, at least this street, see what develops on the turn. Richie with Queen 6. He connects, either one would put him in the lead. Oh, that's a great card for Lombardo, who checks. And Richie decides to shut down. And again, Lombardo misses out.
Sì,
Queen
non
high.
vuoi combinare,
Possibly calls.
Tirato subito, guarda un po', andava
Certain
cascato
size
jolly
bet
tarde,
on the river. If Lombardo does make that value bet, but he checked, I don't blame him. I mean, Richie is firing aggressively, continually. Tried to trap him there with trips. But a check back from Richie. Gold ring and the cash in the center of the table. Great opportunity for both these players. Great achievement for both of them to get this far. 912 entries. You can see the top right there showing field size just 2 from a massive starting field, record-breaking starting field. Kings producing again, smashing records once again. And we'll be back later in the week with the German poker days. That kicks off later in the week. Main event, €175 buy-in.
7 call.
300k guaranteed. And then the Dutch Classics the week after, leading nicely up with that Italian poker sport. No doubt we'll see these guys back for that. King 10 deuce, both have missed. Richie in position. Of course he's going to fire. That'll take it down, brings his chip stack up to about 33 million once Lombardo folds this. He does have the backdoor straight flush.
Se l'ho detto mi imbarcavo.
Questo spot? Imbarchi?
5-4 di quadri.
Sei dietro. Vabbè, dip ci sta, Dip ci sta. Dip, sì. Così. Ce l'ho anche, ogni tanto. Ce l'ho anche, Cioè, mia chiaramente era un bet for value. Fold, so 2-8.
Andrea Ricci. That is Lombardo. Two quality acts. Both representing Italy in this World Series poker circuit main event.
Cool.
Final table. Ricci announces call, puts in the $500,000, but Lombardo, you would expect, will be raising with the ace jack.
Race 1.7. Era un carino, non gioco.
Raise announced and 3-2 goes into the dustbin. Button moves. We're coming to the end of this blind level.
Pausa, facciamo pausa 10 secondi.
I think we're going on a break actually.
Sì, facciamo il back.
Facciamo un attimo, sì.
Dealer leaves the cutting card under the button to indicate where the button is when the players return. We're going to go on a short break. You can see the graphic there showing the exact chip count, 13 million versus 32 million. Sizable advantage for Andrea Ricci over his fellow countryman Simone Lombardo. Lines will be 300,000, 600,000 when we get back. Do join us for the rest of this WSOPC main event. Back soon.
Like he won in the beginning, but I think he's behind now.
I guess he's something behind.
All gone. That's so typical. But no rebuy so far for him. Oh yeah, big Scotty. Here we go. Oh yeah,
Straddle to
and
400. Straddle to 400 and amazing again in this action, and Gabriel gets hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, 45-minute hand coming. 5, there's going to be 23,000 in the pot.
2, 1.
I could tell.
That was nearly. Here we go.
That's a tell. This is going to be. Give me
No,
something
Leo.
to play with this young man.
No, Leo.
Anything that I can play with this young man. There's nobody more fun to play a pot with than Mr. Gabriel.
Queen 6?
Let's see.
Better or worse? Tell me this.
If you flop comes, what's the flop going to be? Ace, Jack, 6, turn 9,
Yeah.
river, deuce.
You good on this flop?
I would probably have a flush.
Wow, Queen 6.
Not exactly. Ooh,
This is
here we go.
this is a hand that Scotty is not gonna lose.
I want to see a king of hearts. Don't you?
I would wish
I think this possibly
Ace of Hearts. You, Ace of Hearts is not possible, but King of Hearts, yeah. It's real flush.
Just to see it. I saw it once. I wasn't
Don't worry, man. Don't worry.
on the losing end.
I only think when I have this here.
But not that big money, of course. If you play against Scotty and there's a queen and a 6 on the flop, what do you do?
I guess he's gonna. Wow!
Oh, I told you!
There is the royal
Unbelievable.
flush. There is sick.
Royal flush.
That is
In hearts.
sick.
What a
And he's betting.
wonderful,
And this is nice. This is really nice. He's betting his
Yeah.
royal flush.
I told you that would be the perfect card. Because Martin has the king. Big Scotty.
Martin's
with a
not gonna
royal
lose
flush.
a lot, but
Wow.
he's losing something for sure.
Yeah. Here we go. Big Scotty and that look.
That's
Poor guy.
That's a bad card.
This is unbelievable. 9 through ace, all in hearts. Straight up.
That's really bad card.
And no more money from Martin with that heart. Oh.
Wow, this is so great.
He knew if he would bet something, he would not get another dime. So
This is so great.
play it over, give it to Martin, who won so much, who started low and now is with 40,000, and it's still a small pot, so to say.
I think Martin knows now that his ace king is not good anymore.
Okay, don't worry. I'm not bothered.
And you saw it here.
Gentlemen have a royal flush, and I can only get paid if I check the river.
Royal flush is good.
Royal flush good? You want to fold or you want to see?
Yeah, we all want to see it, and you saw it out there, ladies and gentlemen. A royal flush, live from the King's Casino.
He doesn't even have an 8 of hearts.
Cash Kings, episode 41.
I can't beat it.
The week before Easter.
No, that's fine.
You saw it here.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
A lot of soul.
400 straddle indeed. Renato is on for the double straddle. And with his run, you can't blame him. So Johann's come along for the ride with Ace Jack 10 Deuce, double suited. Very good hand to play deep stacked. And it's a pot size raise from Jakob with double-suited kings, and wow, look at this. Behind him, lurking, is the wolf with double-suited aces. So look at the whole cards, the array of hands that we've got here. Going to be seeing some huge action. And now the wolf has found his spot to move it in with the double-suited aces. Jakob's committed, and let's see if he can squeeze Renato and Johan out of the pot, who've still got a fair chunk of money behind. 20k effective behind between the two of them. And what Renato might be thinking now is that, yeah, my hand isn't great, but faced against two all-ins like this, I'm likely to have decent equity with my live cards. It's very unlikely for anyone else to be piling it in with a hand that has him blocked. And you can see there in the screen, he does have 27% equity 4 ways, which would improve when he calls and Johan folds his 8%. That most of that 8% is going to be going to his hand. Fortunately, his spades aren't live, but both other players have spades. So, yeah. So Renato is on a hell of a run here, and he does decide to flick in the beans. And Johan facing a pot and a pot. Got to be up against aces in one spot, you'd think, in 4-card PLO.
Johan's deuce very live here.
That's true. Can always flop trip deuces and have everyone else drawing dead. Really pondering this one over. His diamonds are obviously, of course, live, being the nut suit, but as you can see, his jack suit unlikely to be live multi-way.
I think this might be the last hand of the night, which could
factor
into Johan's decision.
Yeah, he does flick it in. So he's coming for the 10k.
Pot.
He's getting some ridiculous odds, but the problem is the odds that he's getting are going to be up against hands that have him completely crushed a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which is why...
both his suits are live, which is the only reason he has 8%, I believe. Sorry, no, one of his suits is live.
Suits is live, of course. And he's got kings.
He calls. So, how many times are they going to run this, bad boy?
Well, they can't, because Renato and Johan still have money behind.
Oh, really?
Or have they agreed to... Wow, what's going on here?
Yeah, what is going on here?
So Jakob with the 13%, we know that. He needs a king or some clubs. Potentially Queen Jack 9 as well. Johan has flicked it in on the hope of finding some diamonds and some straighty type cards. The wolf has the lot. Double suited aces. You can't ask for more than that. And Renato correctly deducing that he's up against some very strong ranges here. And
oh, that's spankage for Renato, but the king high flush draw for the Dane, and it's really a 2-horse race now.
Yeah, that kind of kills Johan's. Oh, Johan's going to stack off with the jack high flush draw with 20k behind. Oh my word! No way!
No, you cannot do this.
And he's called. Oh wow! And he's 0% in a 123k pot.
It's only going to actually be 90k, but still a absolutely monster pot here.
Yeah, 90k to close the night, and the only people with a sniff, I mean, Wolf needs some backdoor hearts, and he needs a heart quick time.
Yeah, an ace would open things up for him as well, but there's only one of those left.
Exactly, this is not the spot for double suited aces, as Renato is in there licking his lips.
Oh, there's a heart.
So now it's a 3-horse race.
And Renato holds for the absolute beans, and he's just stacked 3 players in that one hand, and he'll go down as the big winner. And he's
got a stack of 123k. Renato is a god.
He is a god, and his offspring may be still in the Twitch chat, just fist pumping that one home as they realise.
And they're running it twice, and it's another sweat for the wolf, who is going to be begging for the heart. There it is.
Bink.
Binky McBinkerson as the wolf.
king.
Made it 200.
Let's go, guys.
And he's moved in. And poor Forsen is incredible. And Forsen
is gonna.
He's all in. Elke gets out of the way. And Philip's in real bad shape.
He's a machine. He runs so good. Get him on a big table, for goodness sake. See if Philip's a god and runs a 7.
Philip just joined the table in the latter stages. Bought in for 1,000. He's put all his money in, €817. And Forsen.
If he wins, he could be the biggest winner of the day, like yesterday.
Absolutely.
It's crazy, guys. Forsen never wins.
An ace would end it also.
Oh my god, I jinxed it.
And Philip has spiked his 7.
Oh my god!
What a setup!
What a player!
Oh my word!
Forsen is a god.
Oh, what a final hand!
Incredible!
That's incredible! Oh, the odds of that were...
He had 2 outs, guys. 2 outs.
Quality.
That's less than 2% from the turn to the river.
Is this for real? What a setup. Elke making it €200. Philip moving all in for 800 plus. And Forsen wakes up with the kings. A 7 on the board. And what comes on the river?
That's the most brutal hand.
Poker is about skills.
So welcome back to this heads-up duel. Andrea Ricci versus Simone Lombardo. 75 big blinds in play. Blinds now 300k, 600k. Both these players guaranteed a 6-figure payday. Both guaranteed World Series of Poker Europe main event seat also. Pretty good position both of these guys are in. Biggest tournament score of their career. By a long way. Of course, there is a ton of money still to be played for. Massive difference between first and second. 130k in the difference. There or thereabouts. And it's anyone's guess, Henry, who's going to come out on top.
It really is. Both had the chip lead. They both had 3-1 chip leads at some point.
Lombardo on the button with the 6-4. Decides not to get involved. With some real interesting personalities on our main feature final table. First out in 9th, Sammy Carley, a gentle giant.
Yeah, crazy hand.
All in. All in.
7 all in.
I want to see a lot more shoving.
4, hai visto?
No,
Mostrato, coppia
Given
di
that
4.
stacks are more shallow.
Coppia di 4.
Then we had Hamid Kais Acheksi, who went out in 8th, I believe. 7th place, Mr. Bond with the Queens. 3-bet sizing was just too attractive a price for Andrea Ricci to call with. King Queen suited for Andrea. Of course, what comes on the board? King High. Mr. Bond committed himself. That was end of story. What a performance, though, from Mr. Bond. He really did contribute to the drama and entertainment for everyone.
He really did, especially yesterday as well. Like, he just kind of, I don't know, he's like a completely different person.
Well, we had him all 3 days.
We did.
At day 1, we were kind of going, okay, what's going on here?
GG's.
Yeah. You know, he's just kind of blinding out.
Yeah.
Didn't make too many mistakes, just kind of didn't get involved, which I suppose is a mistake in itself.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He had that insane spot, obviously.
But nice payday for Mr. Bond. Lombardo connects with the Queen on the turn, goes ahead. Deuce on the river, 3 million in the pot.
Check. 7 check.
Lombardo going for value here.
2 bet 1.1 7.
Richie not interested. After Mr. Bond exited, we had the short stack, Gilboa, from Israel, who actually started as the short stack at the beginning of the table. He was super. He was under 10 bigs, wasn't he, Henry?
Yeah, I mean, for him to ladder 3 spots, he has got to be absolutely thrilled with that. I love how he told the bad beat story, though. He's like, I had ace-8 and he had ace-6.
Yeah, I mean, it was super standard spot, wasn't it, until the board ran out and then busted him out. But, I mean, he's shoving there almost any 2, so...
Yeah.
The player from Belarus quite rightly made the call. Got lucky, Shilko, to bust him out. Kind of thought Shilko would take control. Then we had Murad Tonuti. Now he put in a super solid performance.
Bardo watching for raising chips. Back into his stack. May just jam this. Although I would like to induce. Make it like 2 mil. .1 it is.
So we were 400 with... No, we were 500. Murad two Italians who we see now heads up. Vincent Deneve was there, and Alex Shilko. Morad went out 5th. And then the young player from Belarus, Shilko, blasted off every street, ran into this man here. The strength of character. The call with second pair.
Big call. Big call.
That left us with 3 players. Vincent Deneve. Well, I mean, he took a wrong turn, didn't he, with that King 5?
Yeah, tried making a stand. Bad timing. Still, 100k richer. Andrea. Queen of Spades.
Check.
Six-up.
Non sforzare, Andrea.
Trappavo.
Lombardo just said, don't bother, mate. Don't count out, I'm folding.
Head to head. Simone Lombardo versus Andrea Ricci. 2 quality players battling here for 247,000. And the gold ring. This event is live indeed. Happening right now in King's Resort. This happens week in, week out in the resort. We have a major festival every weekend. This perhaps bigger than most, 1 million guaranteed. And later this week we have the German Poker Days. 300k guarantee.
2:10.
That leads in nicely to the Dutch Classics. 400k guaranteed. And then the massive event, the Italian Poker Sport. 500,000 guaranteed for a 250 buy-in. Really is a huge festival here in Kings. These festivals do tend to sell out, particularly on the Saturday night.
I'm all in.
Wow. This is going in the middle. This could be it. Andrea just needs to hold with the pocket 8s, and we have ourselves a champion.
Partiamo sotto.
This is all it's going to take, Finton. Andrea's been opening on the button. Someone with an ace, sub 20 bigs. Well, exactly 20 bigs. Just saying GG's.
I don't blame Lombardo for moving in. Oh, he gets lucky. Hits his ace. Goes into the lead. Andrea Ricci goes behind. 2 pair, 8 and 8 only for Andrea Ricci, who sits back down. You can just see the disappointment on his face. Ace 3. Gets there, and look at the stacks. Almost equal. In fact, Lombardo goes ahead.
Wow. It ain't over yet. Someone in the chat was asking how long this heads-up match been for. I mean, I feel like we're entering hour 3.
At least.
Yeah.
It's been pretty okay, though. These two guys, for me, have displayed really good skill. And both, you can just feel off them, they're thoroughly ambitious. They want that win. It's not a case of, okay, right, I've got to heads up, guaranteed myself 6 figures. You know, whatever happens, happens. It's okay. Life is good anyway. You don't get that vibe at all, do you?
I mean, look at Lombardo. Like, he almost, I don't know, not the reaction I expected. He seemed like, it was almost like, oh, here we go again.
I guess it was the manner that they got it all in pre, and, you know, he's a big underdog. I think maybe that's niggling at him. You know, he wants to beat Richie, and he wants to beat him fair and square.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
But these guys have a ton of pride.
Well,
I mean, give it to me any way you want. I just want to win.
Yeah, give it to whatever you want, mate.
I don't care if I run into it and get lucky. Hit perfect. As long as I get there, I'll take it. Lombardo, ace-9. Well, I want to see another raise on the button here from Simone Lombardo. Andrea Ricci should be defending with the 9-8. What about a 9-high flop here, Henry? What would happen, do you think?
Well, it could be GG's Andrea if that's the case. I'd feel for him because I feel like he's played some really good poker over the last couple of days.
Has flopped a good shot. 6 on the river. No good for Richie's hand. Lombardo checks back his ace high and he's good.
Andrea, though, just 5 cards away from winning this. Continuing. Little shake of the head.
I mean, it does get to you eventually when you have such a dominant chip lead for so long and you just can't shake off your opponent. Then you get the money in, you get it in good, and it gets there again. It's like, it does have a psychological effect that's not positive, Henry.
Especially when you're 4 days in, it's quite the grind, man. 2 players left, chat, out of a field size of 912. Finished pretty late last night. You can imagine how grueling this has been. That's why so many poker players focus on coaching, training their minds, meditation, working out, staying healthy. Strong mindset needed in this profession.
Guida m'ha tagliato. $2 million.
Andrea on the button. 8-2 suited. Makes it 2 million. Lombardo should be defending here with a suited jack, but he's just not interested. And it leaves the Stacks on par exactly, 23 million apiece. Around 37
Raga, ma che giorno è oggi?
blinds each.
Ah, ma il Milan gioca domani.
I don't know, my
Il Milan
maths
gioca domani, giusto?
can be dubious, Henry, but I reckon that's about right. Big blind, 600k. That's Lombardo.
Ma Beppe si...
Hit an ace. How nice was that? 130,000 that ace could have been worth to him.
Window card as well, I think.
King 4 suited on the button, and Andrea Ricci with the Jack 4 of hearts.
Hey Donna, how's it going? Thanks for joining us.
You've stumbled upon a classic heads-up battle here between Andrea Ricci and Simone Lombardo. Incredible. After about 3 hours of heads-up, both are sitting on the exact same stacks.
Giocai.
K.
So mentioned earlier about the German Poker Days happening this week.
Yeah, you're going to be in that one.
Well, it's my kind of event, 175 buy-in.
100k
big
up
field,
top.
big field.
70k up top.
Yeah, I mean, I love these big fields. That's what I love.
Ah, sì, eh?
You win 30 flips and 70k richer.
Put the blindfolds on. Just start clicking buttons.
There we go, mate.
Okay, ace 6 on the button for Ricci. Looks like he's limped in here, and Lombardo is checked back. So both guys disguising their ace. I mean, an ace would absolutely kick things off. 3 in the turn, that's straight draw for Lombardo. Ricci holds a6. Pocket pair for Simone Lombardo. Very slight chip advantage.
Raise.
Announces raise. Makes it 1.2 million. Andre Ricci in the big blind with 7-4. Puts in the additional 600k. And it's 5-10 king all hearts. Both players completely miss this. Deuce on the turn. Still no connection from this board to any of the players' holdings.
Lombardo with the turn, delayed c-bet.
Hai preso?
Avevo coppia in partenza. Giuro che ho controllato se aveva il cuore.
Come?
Ho controllato se aveva il cuore.
Sapevi no?
No,
Sì.
no, infatti aspetta.
Glad to see Smiles still at the table.
1 million and two.
And Andrea not slowing down. Fair play to the guy. Maybe feels like Lombardo just overfolding or playing too passively out the big. Kind of feels that way. Does kind of feel that way. Ditto Poker said, who else thinks that these two will go grab drinks after it's over? I hope so. Be nice, right? Could be the start of a very beautiful friendship. Meet at the final table. Get to heads up. Your boy saying loser pays. That's pretty. That'd be pretty harsh, wouldn't it? So pocket eights for Lombardo. $30 bigs effective, thereabouts. I was just saying, I really thought Andrea would have put this one away by now. I mean, hey, listen, you got to give credit to Lombardo. For me personally, 5-6 handed, he was the one that came out of his cage.
Oh, but this is
wow,
massive. Two huge hands, two premiums heads up. And Lombardo facing 4 million 4-bet from Andrea Ricci.
May just jam this.
Pocket pair versus 2 overs.
Feels like a fair way to end it. Actually, it doesn't. I take that back. I don't know what a fair way to end it would be. They've been at it for 4 days. Ruling heads-up match.
Lombardo, pocket eights. Raise the button. 3-bet from Andre Ricci with the ace-queen to 4 million.
Taking a long old time here. Just counting out his stack. Maybe just trying to figure out how much Andrea is working rather than asking him. Playing, sorry.
I'm all in.
All in announced.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he has to call ace-queen. He had to call there, I think. Massive flip. Huge. Absolutely huge. 8 versus ace-queen. You can see the ace-queen as both potential flushes covered. That's why you see the 55-45%.
Wow.
Advantage Simone Lombardo. Andrea Ricci needs to hit.
Flipping for it all. Oh, wow.
Wow. Boy, Lombardo with a set. Backdoor straight. Backdoor diamonds.
Needs running cards, Finton, regardless how it comes.
Well, that'll help. That's for sure.
Never easy, boys and girls. 7% goes up to 18.
Andrea Ricci, I mean, just look at the expression on his face. He's thinking, how did I not win this? And he does get there. That's incredible.
Wow.
That is remarkable.
Wow, the celebration.
About to exit the event. 130,000 potentially that 4 diamonds is worth. Lombardo, 1 card away, and in fairness to the 2 guys.
Wow, I love that. I love to see that, man. That
Class.
is
Absolutely class.
That is class. Man, this is, you know, you've spoken about grassroots a few times, and we have so many people that come in qualify. I'm not saying that either of these guys did, but that's one of the differences between the grassroots and some of the pros is get emotional, but sportsmanship right there. I love that. Fantastic gesture.
That's Tillman overseeing the count. I mean, it's pretty critical that this is accurate. So always good to have an extra pair of eyes. Mistakes can be made, but believe me, not very often by these dealers. They are the best in the business. And according to our mathematics, Lombardo will be left with about
10 bigs, I think.
Really, that much?
Is it that much? Maybe is it less? Maybe.
I thought it was about 4 million he was left with. But
okay.
Could be wrong. Big blind is 600k. Well, the graphic will be displayed any second, and we will get an exact count. We'll see the situation, but it's normal service has resumed for Richie. Monster stack once again. Yeah, I mean, he's over 40 million. There's 45 in play.
Yeah. So 100 hands ago, we lost fourth place finisher. And we are still here.
5 million behind for Lombardo.
Epic. Absolutely epic. So what happens here? Any two?
Well, yeah, you put the blindfolds on and you just put your chips in and you hope for the best, Henry.
I mean, this is crazy because, you know, 2 double ups and you're tied again. Crazier things have happened.
Really?
Yeah.
You're spot on, yeah. 5
mil, 10 mil,
yeah,
10 mil,
absolutely.
20 mil. Okay, first hand.
Didn't take long. Richie with Jack 6 suited. Lombardo with the Queen 10. Lombardo almost 2-1 favourite. Richie shoving on the button.
This could be it, boys and girls. Main event title could be won right here. Money and the ring in the center of the table. Wow.
Straight.
King, Jack, 9, all diamonds. Lombardo flops the straight. Had a diamonds for backup just in case he needed it. Yeah, Andrea needs...
Okay.
Wow.
What is going on, Henry?
Wow.
Is it possible?
Behave.
Nah, it's not possible.
His reaction
Can't happen.
was just like, what a tease.
Can't happen. Ah, stop it! Unbelievable! That's the craziest board I've seen in years. It really is.
Are you kidding me? Are you... Finton, did those 2 hands just happen back to back?
Madness, madness.
After 3.5 hours of heads-up play, and that's how it finishes.
I mean, just a couple of moments ago, Richie was all in against the set. He was dead and buried.
Wow. It all started from that 8s jam. 8s against ace-3. Lombardo found the ace, doubled up, chip lead.
I'm here with the main event runner-up, Lombardo. Lombardo, I don't want to keep you for too long because obviously the adrenaline, the emotions of this epic run of yours. But if you could explain to me a little bit about the final table, how you felt throughout the day and the grueling 3-hour heads-up match at the end.
L'emozione è stata tanta, onestamente sembra strano, folle da dire, ma io ci credevo di poter arrivare fino a qua. E infatti avevo fatto una foto al tavolo finale il giorno in cui sono arrivato, subito l'avevo mandata ai miei amici dicendo giorno 14, 13, che cos'è, sarò qui. E alla fine ci sono arrivato.
We're not going to keep you much longer. Your friends are waiting. Do you want to just quickly translate this for him? We want to say congratulations from everyone here at Kings. Thank you so much for taking part in this main event and yeah, taking second place home to Italy. Congratulations, man.
Questo è impossibile da vincere.
solito li chiami cool.
Both these guys are really cool guys.
Yeah, really solid rails as well, as always when the Italians show up. There it is. There's the ring.
I'm here for the sideline reporting for the World Series of Poker Circuit main event, and the main event champion, Italy's very own Andrea Ricci. Andrea, firstly, congratulations, man. Your friends, your rail, they were crazy, they were loud, they were happy for you. How do you feel in the moment right now, the main event champion?
Now I'm really happy. Before of, the start of the tournament, I don't know how. Sorry. Now I'm excited too much, but I don't know how I can describe this.
That's fantastic. So you came in as chip leader yesterday on day 3. A lot of big hands against a couple of the players, some crazy hands. Today, hand number 3, flop to full house, up to 17 minutes, second hand. But then in the middle, it was a bit shaky, won some pots, lost some big pots, but in the end, you closed it out. How was the heads-up battle against your fellow Italian who came second?
That guy is very, very good player. I don't know him before the tournament, but I speak with my friend and he told me he's really good. And when I play with him, I tasted it. Yeah, it's like this. And it's a long heads up, around 3 hours. So it's very heavy.
So Italy 1 and 2 champion, Andrea. Congratulations, man.
Thank you again, sir.
Well done, buddy. Go and see your friends and celebrate with them. And guys, back in the studio, our champion, Andrea. Take care.
That is absolutely class, that interview. Very gracious. I mean, acknowledging his opponent. What a nice guy. Both these, and look at that. The champion, the gold ring. Incredible scenes here in King's Resort. Andy Tillman, WSOP Tournament Director, seeing us out, Henry.
I guess, Vincent, that is it for this main event, and
I kind of don't want it to end now.
we'll see everyone else.
Henry, when am I going to see you again, Henry?
Oh, I'm not sure, mate. It's going to need to be a few weeks. Boys and girls, thank you so much. As always, Vincent, thank you. It's been a pleasure, my man.
Buenas noches. Or as they say in Italy, sayonara?
Sayonara.
No, definitely not. Good night.